My name is Ulysses S. Parker. I was a colonel in the Civil War. Very good friend of Ulysses S. Grant from his Galena days. We were both members of the Masons. That's how we met. So I was never in Georgetown, but spent a lot of nights around the campfire with Ulysses, and he was very proud of the town he spent more time than any other time in his life in. He said in his memoirs that Georgetown remained his home. He came back here and visited 4 times. I don't believe he came back and visited any place else that he had left. Some of which were very miserable places to live, like Sackett Harbor and Fort Humboldt, Oregon. But he was born, as most everybody knows, in Point Pleasant, Claremont County. And they moved here when he was just a little over a year old. His father and mother started building this house. Originally, they stopped in town and rented a little apartment. Jesse was a good businessman. He was a tanner. And he saw a tremendous opportunity in this new town, only about 4 years old, and would move here. There was only about 10 or 12 houses here when he moved here, but he knew it was the courthouse, going to be the courthouse, so it would grow very quickly. So he moved here and he started to build the house. Now Jesse had this young child and a wife. The first thing he did was he built the business. And that building there is and eventually it's going to be back in as part of the museum. Mr. Waters has offered to donate it to the Ohio Historical Society. So that will be part of it. Then Jesse built, just before winter, the back half of the house, because he had plans for a fancier house. So he built a house that they lived in for a couple years, and then he built the brick front. So he was planning, he was thinking ahead. This became the center of Ulysses' life. His father's job and his work across the street, his home and his mother here, the Methodist church on that grassy spot there. Okay? Good friends on each side. The White family lived on top of the hill. The father was the teacher. He had several sons, were all friends of Ulysses. In the big white Thompson house, bed and breakfast, lived Bart Bailey, a very good friend. And just across the corner where we finished today, the Amon house, where Day and Amon lived. So it was a nice little center for Ulysses to grow up in. Let's head up the hill. This is the Thompson House gallery, John Ruthven's gallery. This also is becoming part of the land of Grant. So there are some displays in here. It'll be open till noon today, maybe later, we're not sure, but at least till noon. The picture displays that are in here are also down in the living history tent, but there's some archaeological study that's been done next to the schoolhouse, and that reports are in here, and what they are doing to the Grant homestead right now. Those of you that want to see the Grant homestead are going to be a little disappointed because it's closed today. It's being totally redone, replastered, repainted, wallpapered, and they promised it'd be done for today, and it's not even close. So we were afraid to have people walk in there because it's all this plastic all over the floor. This is the first school Ulysses Grant attended, right behind you. Okay? John White, the teacher, same teacher. This had been the Methodist church, and then when the Methodist church built a new church, this became the first school. One of the things you will hear commonly about Ulysses S. Grant is he was not very smart. Well, he was chosen as one of the 208 young men in the country to go to West Point. You had to get, just as you did today, you had to get an appointment from your congressman. He was chosen as one of those 208 young boys, or young men. The first 3 months at West Point, is lived out on the athletic field. It's all physical training. By the time the end of the summer came, there were about 106 young men left. When they took their admissions, they had about 72 came through with the admissions and got into school itself. By the time they graduated 4 years later, there were 39. Ulysses graduated 27th of 39. If you look at that, it doesn't look real good, lower half of the class. But in my thinking, he's 27th of 208. So that's pretty good. That's top quarter of the class. If he was such a dummy, why in the world would the West Point professors ask him to stay and teach mathematics upon graduation? They did so. General Sherman once said about him, he knew where every regiment, where every battery, and where every cavalry company in the Army was all the time. He could direct a battle by the sound of the battle. He didn't have to send people out to see what was going on. He simply listened to the battle and sent out his orders. His orders, somewhere along the line, he learned to be very clear and concise. His orders were very easy to understand, as far as we know, never misconstrued by an officer. Not to be confused with Robert E. Lee's orders, who were often very vague and very confusing. We'll now of an advertising for Dr. Bailey. Dr. Bailey was a very important part of Ulysses' life. They lived up here on the square. When they came into town, they were the first folks to greet the Grants. They actually helped unload the furniture. Dr. Bailey was a prominent physician here for a long, long time. And physician was a different thing then. He also was a druggist. He sold lead, he sold arsenic, he sold pencils. He had all kinds of stuff that he sold along with being a physician. His son, Bart, was a couple years older than Ulysses. And he originally got the appointment to go to West Point. He went to West Point and he was not doing well. He sat out part of a year and took some tutoring. He went back the following year and was not doing well and was dismissed from West Point. And that opened up an appointment from this region for Thomas Hamer to reappoint a student. And that student was Ulysses. So Bart later on would volunteer, go into service very early in the war, and he served for about 90 days in the 12th Ohio, which was a group of men from this area. And after that, he actually went into what was called the 9th Virginia, but it was from West Virginia, so it was a Union regiment, and there was a surprise attack on the Wyandotte River in early 1862, and Bart was killed. He was, like I said, a major at the time. His friend was another officer, was the officer on duty. He did not have a sword. You had to purchase your own sword, and it's so early in the war. And so Bart loaned him his sword to carry during that time. Bart was killed. He kept the sword. It passed for years through that family. And about 10 years ago, the Genealogical Society received a letter and said, our family has a sword and we think it belongs to someone down there. It has the initial, it has the name Bart Bailey inscribed on it. So the sword came back from Chicago to Brown County, and it is in that limestone building, and they will be open from noon to 5. Okay, so you want to see Bart Bailey's drawing of Bart Bailey and his sword. It's in there in the Genealogical Society today. Let's go on. We're going to kind of zigzag here. This is the Brown County Courthouse. This was not here when Ulysses was living here. It was a small wooden courthouse when he was here. This was built in 1851, shortly after Ulysses left. We just pretty much finished redoing the courthouse with a nice new copper dome, copper downspouts, kind of sprayed about, but anyhow, they're here. Originally, when they first started Georgetown, this was what they called this a hard water swamp, this lot right here. So it was all filled to be put here. Behind you, there's a little park. We hope this morning to dedicate a statue to Ulysses S. Grant. It is still in Vermont. So keep watching the newspapers. It's hopefully coming this summer. Originally it was a brown courthouse, green shutters. It was painted in about 1917. They added these wings on the side that could not match brick, and decided they go ahead and paint, and decided they could paint it white. So since then it's been white. Most everybody believes that the Civil War all occurred in Gettysburg and Vicksburg and Atlanta. Well, the Civil War also occurred in southern Ohio. Not to mention the fact that over 3,000 young men from Brown County left to fight the war. Only a little over 2,000 of those returned. But we also had the event here on July 15, 1863, when 200 Confederate soldiers rode into Georgetown. This is what the courthouse looked like then. We have a letter. Some folks have heard this before, but you're going to hear it again. We have an eyewitness report of what happened in Georgetown that day. This comes from Aunt Betsy King. Aunt Betsy was a very good friend of Hannah Grant, and Ulysses, when he wanted information about Georgetown later on in life, wrote her letters and got the information. Apparently everyone called her Aunt Betsy because on her tombstone is Aunt Betsy. So she was quite a character, I think. For those of you who saw our raid in the past, Judge Clark portrayed Aunt Betsy. She was the one that chased the raiders across with rolling pins and all kinds of things like that. Anyhow, she writes back to Ulysses, "My dear General, in regard to Morgan's raid, it is said that Morgan was not here, that it was his brother, Colonel Richard Morgan. I presume you want the facts. When the troops came into town, they hitched their horses along that cross street at Stewart's Corner." That building that says Guns Corner was called Stewart's Corner at that time. So they hitched their horses here. While some were searching the stables and sheds for horses, others were going to every house asking for food. Each one had a basket. The ladies gave them all they asked for. They were all very polite and bowing and lifting their hats when leaving. Others were robbing the dry goods stores and taking all the best, carrying off pieces of silk and all they could possibly carry away. A. Buchanan had a shoe store. They stripped that, carrying all the boots and shoes they could. The colonel asked Mrs. Stewart to give him some dinner. She set out all that he asked for, a piece of bread and butter with a glass of buttermilk. He sat down to eat his dinner, and did not half finish until an orderly came and giving him some sort of orders or some sort of signal. He got up in a hurry, went to the front door, and a bugle sounded. In less than 5 minutes, they were all mounted and left town. The Union cavalry was only a few hours behind. After they ravaged your old home, several came back and broke open the post office, finding nothing there but 2 muskets. They broke them over rocks and left them in the street. One went to the Phillipses, and Lily gave him bread and butter and cold ham. She told him she would not give him anything, only she was afraid, for she didn't believe in feeding robbers. He smiled and left. Frank King was standing on Stewart's corner, again right there. And one of the men asked him where they could find a shirt store. Frank told them to go to Ripley. 1,500 militiamen were between here and Ripley. They would give them shirts. The fellow understood what he meant and got mad, pulled out his pistol, and pointed it at Frank, cursing him. Frank straightened himself up, looking him in the face, and the man said that he could not forgive King's black eye, but suddenly realized that he was an old friend who had saved his life. They only got 1 horse. That was Mr. William A. Ellsbury's. They gave Johnny Stewart back his pony. They were sadly disappointed at not getting more horses. It was Newkirk and Evans' store they robbed and Shane's shoe store. It was reported and believed that Johnny Walker and Hannah went over during the night and gave Morgan all the information that he wanted about in regards to Georgetown. That all the men had left with Colonel Fife to defend them. They did not go to Ripley. Your relations are well. Lucinda Powers buried her daughter last week with consumption. As for myself, nothing cheerful or even hopeful. May God bless you, my dear friend. It is our constant prayer. Morgan took several prisoners but released them. Mrs. King. So that's something you don't always have, a first-person report of what went on. So we're going to do, so this has been on our walk before today, so it's going to be a little different. We're going to cross the street. There was only 1 military man in Georgetown when the 200 raiders rode into town. Everybody in town seemed to know that Morgan was coming. Apparently, Lieutenant William Hanna didn't get the message. He lived somewhere up this corner of town. He started walking into town. He was here to recruit soldiers. He was dressed in his brand new cavalry uniform. Nice blue uniform with gold and yellow piping. Fancy as could be. He started walking down the street and he headed right for the courthouse. He didn't know what in the world was going on. There's all these people, all these horses tied up on a Wednesday morning. Well, when he turned the corner, he figured out what was going on because they saw him and took a couple shots at him and chased him out of town. He came back into this area of town. There was a livery stable on this corner where there's a parking lot. There was a hotel here where the library now stands. He went somewhere up in that direction and they never caught him. Sent a whole squad of men after him and they never caught him. William Hanna went back and joined up with the 4th Independent Ohio Cavalry and fought through the entire war. Was with Sherman, marched to the sea, fought at Bentonville, fought at Lovejoy Station. They were the headquarters unit to guard the generals. And at first I thought that was a pretty easy job. All they got to do is sit around camp and guard the general. Well then it's kind of like You think, oh, being a staff officer was pretty easy. Well, guess who got to carry all the messages during the war? Guess who got to do all the reconnaissance? The headquarter unit. So they had a pretty rough job. So he lived through the war. He came back here. He opened a pharmacy right behind us in that row of buildings on Main Street, and lived there. He was one of the last 3 Civil War veterans in Brown County. He spoke at almost every Memorial Day service until his death. He never once explained how he escaped from 200 Confederate soldiers. He was not a man to not talk about his experiences. In his speeches, he talks about what battles they were in and the close calls, but he never once explained how he got away. So my theory is, there's only one place he would have hidden that would not be very good to talk about. I don't think he hid in the attic, in the haymow of the livery. I don't think he hid in the closet in the hotel. I think he had to hide in the pit of an outhouse. And I don't think he'd ever told anybody if he did. So that's my theory on that. Towns like this had hundreds of little businesses. At one point in time, there were 4 major hotels here. If you came here on horseback, if you lived more than 9 miles away, that was a 2-day trip. So there was lots of hotels and livery stations. There were 11 grocery stores in Georgetown at one time. So some of the businesses, actually, current to the day, were mail order businesses. And one of the mail order businesses in town was the Waterman eye drops. And it was a young lady who started this, and she had her secret solution that you would put in eyes to relieve soreness and pain. And she lived on Plum Street, the next street up, and her business basically was mail order. She advertised in newspapers, and her big place to advertise was in Texas, Oklahoma, Arizona, because the cowboys had all this dust and they loved the Waterman eye drop. It came with a little bottle, a little round glass bottle, and she mailed it out to the local post office. So even then, there were mail order businesses. We're going to just it could be formal. I got white gloves. The Brown County Jail, the old jail that was used until the 1970s, is that limestone building I showed you back there. It has been there since the 1880s. There was a jail there early on in the 1840s or 1820s, and it got so bad that when the jailers left at night to go home, a lot of the prisoners would leave and go home too, because they couldn't hold them. So they put out bids to build a new jail. And Ulysses, the father, Jesse, and a couple other businessmen in here town won the bid to build a new jail. And they built it on the corner of Cherry and Pleasant Street. This corner. I've not yet been able to figure out which corner, but on one of these 4 corners. I'm pretty sure it's where that building there is. But they built a new log jail. Ulysses, at that time, was 12 years old. He was hired by his father to haul the logs. The logs were being cut about 2 miles north of town. They were 14 foot long and a foot square. They were hewed out there and ready to be put up. So Ulysses' job was to go out with his 2 horses and a wagon and get those, bring them back in here. there was a crew hired to put the logs together. The way those would be loaded is they would go out and they would park the wagon, they would jack the wagon up, and they would take two wheels off. They would lay the wagon down on its side, on one side. They would then roll the logs onto the wagon and stack them. And then they would jack the wagon back up, put the wheels back on, and haul them in here. And that was the process to load the logs. One day there was a thunderstorm. And when Ulysses got there was nobody there. They'd all left. Logs were cut and ready to go, but nobody to help him. He knew his dad. He knew his father would be burning mad if this crew he was paying in here didn't have anything to work on. So Ulysses decided he would load them himself. Now he's a 12-year-old boy. When he went to West Point when he was a little over 16, he was about 5'2" and weighed a little over 100 pounds. So he's not a very big boy. But he could think differently than other people could think. So what he did was he found an old tree that had been partially blown down, and he parked his wagon beside that. Then he unhitched his best horse named Dave, and he drug a log over behind his wagon with the edge of it just to that partly fallen tree. He then ran a rope over his wagon to the side of it, got Dave to pull, and that log slid up on that fallen tree and dropped onto the wagon. And he did that over and over again until he got his load. When he got here, he was about 2 hours late. And Jesse was hopping mad. He'd been paying these guys to work. He probably didn't do a lot of yelling, because Ulysses was the apple of his eye. But he questioned him pretty severely, and he said, "Where in the world have you been?" And he said, "Well, when I got there, there was no one to help me load." He said, then who loaded them? And Ulysses, a man of very short sentences and very little speeches, said, "Dave and I." And that was the end of it. He never went on and explained anymore. So that was how that was done. We're going to go into this park. Not be a good choice because of traffic, but it fits what we're going to talk about next. Just past that fork in the road there, and just past that row of houses, is one of the oldest cemeteries in Georgetown. The oldest cemetery in Georgetown lies under the Shell Station. The original founders are buried there. I guess they didn't worry too much about that. But the next generation, down at the, what do you call the Baptist Cemetery. The most famous person buried there is Thomas Hamer. Anybody here ever hear of Thomas Hamer? Okay, I got a couple hands up there. Thomas Hamer was a very short, very red-headed, and they list him a firebrand. He was an attorney, he was a politician, he went through all the offices of the state, and then was elected just before the Civil War as Brown County's congressman to the U.S. Congress. This was a Democratic county. No Republican president would have been elected in Brown County until 1904. Yes, Lincoln or Grant would not have been elected here. So he went off to war. But he was a war Democrat. Okay, he liked, he supported, those type of things. When he gets there, he becomes very good friends with Andrew Jackson. Andrew Jackson's president. They're two of a kind. They've really hit it off. He makes a big splash in his House seats. And as war is about to break out with Mexico in the 1840s, his friends tell him, if you go back and raise 1,000 men and go to Mexico and become a hero, we will make you president. So he comes back to Brown and Adams in Claremont County, and he raises 1,000 men, 1,000 volunteers. And he volunteers as a private. He rises through the ranks. The next day, he's a brigadier general. So he goes off to Mexico. He knows nothing about being a general. He's never had any military experience at all. So when they form up in Mexico, he runs into a guy he knew when he was a young attorney here in Georgetown. A guy who he'd given an appointment to West Point, Ulysses S. Grant. And they become pretty close friends. And Ulysses takes him out and sets up all these scenarios for him and tells him what, there's troops here and there's troops here and your troops are here, what do you do? And so he teaches him how to be a general. They go to Monterrey, Mexico, and Monterrey, Mexico is like a European city. It's a walled city. It's fortified. There's about 14,000 Mexican troops inside with cannons. Zachary Taylor's in charge at this point, and he's got about 6,000 troops. Well, the rule of thumb is the attacking force needs 3 times as many men. Doesn't seem that mathematics don't seem to work out. Zachary Taylor has mostly a professional army, okay? But he's got this group that now Hamer commands, that are the volunteers. And he's in charge of the 1st Kentucky Regiment, the 1st and 2nd Ohio Regiments, and that's his brigade, okay? So, about 3,000 men. So Taylor says, you guys just kind of stay out here, and we'll take the city. So they attack, and they're not doing very well. So they send a message to Hamer, and it says, go to the north wall and make a demonstration. And that just meant get out there and kind of fight a little bit, make them think you're going to attack there, so to draw troops from other sections. Well, I don't know, I think Hamer just got a little carried away, and he took where the regulars couldn't get in the city, Hamer took his volunteers over the wall and into the city. So they carried the first American flag into a Mexican city. That flag had been built, or had been made by the women of Georgetown. It was later in Civil War carried by the 12th Ohio through their battles in the Civil War, and it's currently at the Masons Hall in Georgetown. So his prophecy of be a hero comes true. All the newspapers say Hamer leads the volunteers in the city, as much as the regulars hate it. But he becomes the hero. So everything good is happening to Hamer. 2 months later, he contracts yellow fever and dies. They bury him in Mexico. His wife has a bit of a fit. So they decide to bring him back. They're not really sure what he died from. So they got to bring him back some way where it's safe. So they're in Mexico, and what they have there that would preserve people and protect people is tequila. So they find an old pickle barrel, And Tom's not very big. Like I said, he's only about 5 foot tall. So they fold him over at the waist, poke him in the pickle barrel, fill it up with mezcal and tequila, seal it, and send him home on a steamboat, okay? Now his son-in-law comes with him. When they get to New Orleans, he's thinking, yeah, maybe we ought to change this around a little bit. So they take him out of the pickle barrel and straighten him out, and he gets a casket, a tin casket made. They put him in the tin casket, and they fill it then with corn whiskey. Okay, a very common commodity in New Orleans. So they fill it with corn whiskey, and they bring him up. So he gets here in about 1850. He gets here. It's been about a year and a half since he was died. All the militia groups in the area come to be in the parade. He lands at Higginsport. It has an 8-mile trip to get here. The reports say that 10,000 people came in the parade. There's 2 artillery groups, 2 cavalry units, several infantry units, and then the civilians. There was only 22,000 people living in Brown County at the time, and 10,000 of them came here. So they brought him up and had big ceremonies. They took the casket all around town, speeches here and speeches there, and eventually buried him back here at the old cemetery by the church with a fairly small headstone. His first wife had already died. She was buried there, and he was buried there kind of alongside her. In 1912, they raised funds through the schools, and they built a large monument to him. They dug him up, moved him over to the courthouse. In that corner where we were standing, they buried him right on that grass in the corner, okay? Him and his wife. They put up this big monolith. It's still down here. Put up the monolith. Because I told you that ground was all fill. That was a pond. So they didn't do a very good foundation, and the monolith began to tip. Well, in about 1917, it had only been there 5 years, instead of fixing that, they dug him up. It had been now a generation since he'd been buried the first time. So this myth of him being buried in whiskey was still around, and most people didn't believe it. While they were digging him up, someone either accidentally or on purpose hit it with a pick, and whiskey ran out, and corn whiskey ran out. So they resealed it, and now he's back down here buried at this place. So 4 burials for Thomas Hamer. Grant wrote in his memoirs that he was the most impressive man he ever met. Now, he met a lot of people. Most impressive man he ever met. And had he not died, he would have been the first president from Georgetown, around the county. So things don't always work out quite the way you would expect. There's several people interesting down there who are buried. The other one I just quickly will talk about is a lady named Nancy Key Trunnell. And she was an early resident. She originally lived in Mason County, but one of her uncles died and left her some slaves. She did not believe in slavery. So we know what she told her slaves because she had it inscribed upon her tombstone. And it says, "My poor little creature, you will never be sold into slavery. I will take you to Ohio. I will find you homes. I will free you." And her tombstone is kind of in the front row of those up there. Her other uncle, her middle name's Key, her other uncle was Francis Scott Key. wrote Star Spangled Banner. So a lot of ties go back through history. I've got another little letter to read. Brown County, as I said, never supported a Republican. In the Lincoln election, Brown County supported Frederick Douglass. In his second run, they supported George McClellan. But 3,009 soldiers volunteered from Brown County. It's the only county in the state of Ohio that did not require a draft. Now that seems strange from a Democratic county when the Democrats really didn't support the war. But it was a very strong Union county, okay, for the Union. To not pick on our neighboring counties, Claremont was required to draft, I think, 11, and Adams County was required to draft about 9. So they filled their 3,000, around, each of those counties had around 3,000 quota to fill. So these soldiers went off to war. The local soldiers were very, very good soldiers. And I don't think the individual soldier was any better than anybody else's individual soldier, but I think our officers were better. And the reason for that is Thomas Hamer. There were only, he's been dead now since 1848, but I'm claiming Thomas Hamer is the one that made our regiments and our officers the best. If you look this afternoon, or you can go to the Thompson House and look, or you can go to the headquarters tent and look at the blue board that's in there, and it displays where the Brown County soldiers fought and what they did. And you'd be amazed where they fought and what they did. But there were only 3 regiments of volunteers from Ohio in the Mexican War. And 2 of them came from this area. Okay, one was Thomas Hamer's, one was a little farther north around Washington Courthouse, and one was up around Toledo. Okay? These guys were 18 and 19, 20-year-olds that went off to war with no military experience. But they had to have sergeants, they had to have some lower officers, captains and lieutenants, and so they got experience. Now, it's 18 years later, these guys are 30 years old, and they are prime candidates to be officers. The gentleman I'm going to read here is DeWitt Clinton Loudon. He was a sergeant in the Mexican War. He's a colonel in the Civil War. And even he wrote the difference between these regiments that stood and fought at Shiloh and the regiments that took off and ran were not the soldiers, it was the officers. But our officers, this whole area, had officers that had experience in military. So this letter is written by DeWitt Clinton Loudon, who was originally a lieutenant colonel of the 70th Ohio, that became the colonel of the 70th Ohio. This is written on May 3rd, 1862. So it's about 3 weeks following the Battle of Shiloh. At Shiloh, the 70th Ohio's line started at a little wooden church the locals called Shiloh. So they guarded, their left was at Shiloh Church, and then it ran down a ridge towards Owl Creek. They were right there in the front line when the Confederates came out of the woods at about 7:05. Okay? The 70th stood for 2 hours there. 2 hours, the left flank, the 53rd Ohio fell back, ran away. Officers had no experience. So the 70th, the 48th, and the 72nd all had to back up. They backed up about a mile. They stayed there 2 hours. Same thing happened. The regiment fell away on their left, and they had to back up again. It's the only time in the Civil War the 70th Ohio gave ground during a battle. So very good unit. So he writes after the battle, "My dear Hannah, I wrote you a brief note yesterday. We are now under orders to move forward in the morning with as many cartridges as our men can carry and an ammunition wagon with each regiment. There was a heavy cannonading in our front for 3/4 of an hour this evening. From the movements of our troops, the battle which you all have talked of so much at home must soon come off. It may be brought on at any moment. It may be 2 or 3 days. Unless something occurs to change the present shape of affairs, it cannot be long delayed. General Beauregard no doubt has a very large force, but I have no apprehensions as to the result. I don't have any desire to be shot or even shot at. But I believe that you can feel satisfied that you will not have to blush, nor the children feel that they should be disgraced by my running away, as a few fellows did at Shiloh. My dear, it may be that you shall never see me again. I do not think that to be the case. I feel, on the contrary, entirely sure that before long I will be with you and the children under our own roof. If I should not return, do the best you can for our children. Teach them to love our country and not to forget that their father gave his life for his country, that others might enjoy the blessings of liberty, of law and order, and of good government. For myself, I am not afraid to die. If my life can be of service to my country, it is freely given. Here, as at home, I often think of death and the world to come. Death is a certain end to all, and at most a question of time. But for the thought of you and my children, I could lie down and sleep soundly tonight, though I was certain that I would die tomorrow. Brave men taste of death but once. I must go to bed and rest for tomorrow's march, as we have to get up before daylight. Goodbye, darling, and may God bless you. Your own as ever, Clint. Now, if this was on a documentary, we would tell you where he was killed a week later. But DeWitt Clinton Loudon lived through the war. He came back to Georgetown, and he built his house. So this was the DeWitt Clinton Loudon house after the war. He lived here until the 1890s. He was a congressman from this area and a judge and very prominent man. But he was, we have the blessing of having about 25 letters from him. I don't know why, but his letters start at Paducah, Kentucky, when they meet up with Sherman, and they go through about the end of Corinth, and then they just are gone. He was at Vicksburg, he was at Chattanooga, he was at Atlanta, and I don't know if somebody else got those letters, but he talks about troop movements and his troops, and he talks about his horse in the areas. They're very interesting letters. We're going to try moving down the street here. So I got to check my. The house across the street, the red shutters, brown shutters, I guess, is the Amon home, and that home is open from now till noon. Okay. Well, at least till, okay, 2. All right. So it's warm in there, I'm sure. And he has done a tremendous job of redoing that house. David Amon came here in the 1820s and built that house they call Federal Row. You see it's the federal state type houses. He was a newspaper editor. He started an early paper called The Castigator. That's where that piece of ad came out of, from The Castigator. And he started that newspaper here, one of the first newspapers. had a couple sons. One son was Jacob, and Jacob was a little older than Ulysses, about 6 or 7 years older than Ulysses, and so I don't think they really knew each other very well, probably, because that age difference. But the next youngest son, Daniel, Daniel was only about a year older than Ulysses, and they became very, very good friends. One day they decided they'd go fishing, so they went down over the hill to White Oak Creek. They realized when they got down there it wasn't a good day to go fishing because the creek had risen and it was in flood stage. Well, being young boys, they decided this was just as good, so they were walking along the side of the creek. Luckily, Daniel was downstream, Ulysses was upstream from him a little bit, and the bank broke loose, and Ulysses fell into the creek. Now, I don't know if any of you have ever seen White Oak Creek in flood stage, but it's an excellent kayaking river, one of the best in the state of Ohio. Ulysses went in without a life jacket, without anything, just fell in the creek. They say he was an excellent swimmer, but that makes no difference in whitewater. Luckily for us, there was apparently a tree just over the creek, and Daniel very quickly jumped out onto the tree and grabbed Ulysses as he went by, then pulled him in and saved his life. Years later, Daniel's the father, Daniel gets into the Navy and becomes a very highly ranked officer. He becomes a rear admiral in the U.S. Navy. He rises from lieutenant to rear admiral during the war. He commands one of the 12 monitors in the U.S. Navy, so he's a very highly thought of officer. After the war, he builds a home in Maryland called Amondale, and that's where Ulysses chooses to let his old warhorse Cincinnati live out his days. So, as far as we know, once Ulysses gets Cincinnati, there's only 3 people who ever ride Cincinnati again, and that's Daniel Amon, President Lincoln, and Ulysses. So every Sunday, Amon is invited to lunch at the White House. He comes most every Sunday. And one day they're reminiscing. Ulysses has had a very bad week as president. And we're talking about the old days. And Daniel says, "Do you remember the day we went fishing at White Oak Creek and you fell in and I pulled you out?" And Ulysses replies, "Yes, I remember, and I'm not sure you did me any favor." Now, Jacob Amon, the older brother, is the mathematics teacher at West Point when Ulysses is a student. So, after the Mexican War, he retires, and he's teaching mathematics at Transylvania College in Kentucky. The war breaks out. He volunteers, and again, he rises through the ranks, and he becomes a colonel very quickly. Ripley thinks so much of them that they name their training camp Camp Amon. Okay, so it's Camp Ripley or Camp Amon. He becomes a colonel of the 24th Ohio. He's on the wrong side of the river, as a lot of troops are at Shiloh. They've marched in, and the Tennessee River is between them, and they can't get there. They're trying to get to the steamboat and take them across the Tennessee. There's another branch of the river between them and the landing. They can't get there, and most of the troops simply stand there and wait. And Amon comes to the front of the river and sees the river, and he says, "Follow me." And he puts his sword over his head, and he marches his troops through the branch of the river, about shoulder deep. Hope they didn't have too many short guys. And they march across and get on the steamboat, and they're on the field the first day. Whereas most of Buell's troops don't get there till the second day. So Amon just moves ahead. Now I think that hurts him in the long run because you don't hear much of Jake Amon. You don't hear much of Jake after that because he breaks with rheumatoid arthritis and is pretty much out of the field from that point on. And they lost a good officer that way. I usually close with this, and I'll close with this again. When our Civil War ended, we can say it ended at 1 o'clock on April 9, 1865. And that's very unusual for a Civil War. You can't give the date that most Civil Wars end. But we can. We know exactly, we know what time. We know when it was signed, and when it was signed, it was over. So, who's responsible for that? And I think 3 people. And I think one mostly. And the 3 people involved are Abe Lincoln, Robert E. Lee, and Ulysses S. Grant. Lincoln is responsible because he tells Sherman and Grant and most of his cabinet, I want to let them up easy. Lee, because after the surrender, he leaves and he goes back to his troops and he sits down and he writes his last official order. And in that order to his troops, he states, you need to be as good a citizen now to the United States as you have been a soldier for me. A lot of his officers wanted to go into the mountains and fight on, and Lee said, no. If we go into the mountains, they will go into the mountains. I think Ulysses S. Grant has the bigger part in this. And the first thing he was told by Lincoln was, you deal with surrendering the troops, and I will deal with all the politics. So as he's writing the surrender instrument, at the very end of the wording, he makes a comment, and it says, if you go home to your area and honor your pardon and the rules enforced in the area which you live, the federal government will not harm you. So basically what he says is, go home, just start over, and there'll be no treason trials. It's signed, it's taken back, and it's signed by Congress. It's approved by Congress within a day. April 15th, President Lincoln's dead. And who takes over? Andrew Johnson. And he's from Tennessee, and he wants to punish everybody in the South. And Grant walks over and gets a copy of the surrender, goes back to the White House and lays it on the desk and says, Congress says you can't have treason trials. If they'd have started treason trials, it had all started all over again. So to me, that is Ulysses S. Grant's greatest moment. I thank you all for walking with me in the cold. And the Amon house is open, and I'm sure it's warm. So if you'd like to go there, or there's displays at the Thompson House for a little while, and it is warm. And then we have our usual event down at the homestead. So everybody's welcome to come down, and I'm going to turn into a sergeant, and I'll be talking about Civil War food down there. So thank you again, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the day. They say it could warm up.
That's what they say. Thank you.
Get the knife, I don't care about it.
Oh, okay. Don't take a picture.
Because that's who they told me to talk to.
I think it's very authentic.
At 11 o'clock, we have the chalk throwing contest. It'll be on the sidewalk, they tell me. So be careful, I'm watching for leaders, Dixie, Purdy. The chalk throwing contest will be right along the
I got pretty late this morning going, so I'm kind of trying to catch up here. Thought I had everything pretty well organized. I guess I'm doing pretty good. But they are, you know, the basic food of the Civil War soldier was right here. And he was given this as a daily ration. Now, he also, he got that every 3 days. He got 3 times that much every 3 days. And then you had to take care of your food for 3 days. At the beginning of the war, you were not allowed to forage. So for about the first year and a half,
We'll play Dixie later.
Homestead Association grant days. Our first program this morning is going to be our rendition of Shiloh. Unfortunately, we've had some scheduling issues which included President Lincoln from being with us today. So we have gone through a bit of a rewrite on this particular script, and we'll be operating without him today. So bear with us. We determined a way to make this work, but we apologize that Mr. Lincoln wasn't available today. So with that, we'll begin. Narrator, if you will work with me.
Good morning. What is presented here today is a conceptual rendition of what may have transpired if the two Union commanding generals and President Lincoln would have had direct communications at the end of the first day of battle at Shiloh. Grant and Sherman meet shortly after sundown. Sherman finds Grant leaning his tree. Grant is in his element, concentrating, whittling on a stick and smoking a cigar. Two common habits he exhibits when concentrating on battlefield strategy. He is lost in thought.
Well, Grant, we've had the devil's own day, wouldn't you say?
Yes, Sherman, that we have. We've had that day, we have, but we'll look into tomorrow.
Most of our troops are down by the bluff, sheltering for the evening. Even though the morale of the troops are high, I have to say that green boys I had this morning, tonight I had fighting men. So, we'll hold our ground. We'll take Johnson in the morning, continue to shell from the river, perhaps reinforcements.
Yes, Sherman, Grant would clearly love that. Another Union commander with his tail between his legs. I know you've borne the brunt of this thing today, and God knows without you and the Ohio boys, there will never be Confederate pickets around this camp tonight instead of Union.
Sam, I did not act alone. Prentice held him off all afternoon. His boys allowed us to reform, fall back, and form the new line we have today.
Sherman, everyone did their part today. Now tomorrow, trust me, Buell and Wallace will be up by daylight. Johnson will not know what hit him. He'll be the surprise one.
So look him tomorrow?
Betcha.
Good evening, sirs. We have a telegram from the President.
Thank you, Sergeant. Please read it aloud.
General Grant, today's battle over. Reports from the field led me to believe we were routed.
Sergeant, please take this down. This reply to the President. The enemy broke off at dusk, an unusual move for Johnson. Union lines presently holding at Pittsburgh Landing. Have you got that, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. Dispatch immediately.
Well, and now the battle really begins. How to convince Lincoln there's not another Bull Run?
Well, this day may have actually belonged to the Confederates, Grant, but we held our own.
Yes, Sherman. Come morning, we'll counter on all fronts. In addition, Buell and Wallace troops will provide adequate strength to push Johnson back. Your Ohio boys, of course, will be right up front. Can we depend on them?
Every man jack of my boys will be 40 rounds and ready by daylight.
Sir, your response from the President.
Please dispatch, Sergeant.
My dear General, you must know that I'm concerned. The day's events are troubling. It appears to have gone badly. Your losses are reported to be in thousands.
Take this down, Sergeant. Mr. President, I know of only one way to move. Netta's forward. Sir, I do not reverse course. You underestimate me. Do you have that clearly, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Grant, there's been thousands lost on both sides today. This has not been one-sided. We fought where we needed to fight. We fell back where we needed to fall back, but we held.
Be that as it may, General, we now must convince the powers that be we are not only fighting a common enemy, but on the ground, but the command hierarchy as well. And God knows every newspaper in the North.
Grant, I know your concerns, but honestly, the troops could not be in better hands. As far as the newspapers are concerned, they have a special place in my heart. If I had my way, I'd shoot every newspaper man, but I'm sure if I did, we'd have reports from hell by breakfast.
Sherman, you better think we're whipped. I know no other reason why they broke off when they did. We now have an opportunity to strike back a decisive blow. I have the troops, I have the position, and I'm darn sure have the resolve. Come daylight, we move.
Sir, is the President responding?
Please, Sergeant, waive the formalities and read the telegram.
General, whatever limitations you may have as commander, I do not underestimate your ability to fight. Unlike other commanders who have a tendency to move in the wrong direction, or rather not move at all, I know you do not suffer from that malady. Understand there are many eyes upon you at this time. Move decisively, move forward, and through the path of court.
Well, Sherman, it appears there are more obstacles in this world than just the enemy.
Indeed, Grant, therein lies the rub. We have the enemies from without as well as within. We may find that the Confederates are the least of our worries in this particular instance.
Sergeant, gather the aides. Officers calling an hour. This has got to win a war.
Of course, Grant did gather his troops. Unknown to him at the time, Albert Sidney Johnson, the great Confederate commander, is no more. Killed early in the afternoon of the first day. PGT Beauregard has taken over command and shown hesitation at the wrong moment by breaking off the attack at dusk, even being so bold as forwarding a telegram to Jefferson Davis counting total victory. The Confederates struggled throughout the day, giving back ground they took prior on April 6th. Finally, at mid-afternoon, they break and begin to pull back, eventually retreating to Corinth. Despite skirmishes throughout the afternoon and early evening, the Confederate forces never mounted a real counterattack. Sherman, however, has his first taste of dealing with Nathan Bedford Forrest, a foe that will dog him for the rest of the war. Both sides retired after a brief clash. The battle at Shiloh became a turning point for the Union Army, though it will suffer under numerous incompetent commanders before Grant is given total control in 1864. Fate, however, it seems, has intervened. The men who will steer the North to final victory have been given the opportunity to exercise their influence on the ultimate outcome. For better or worse, Grant and Sherman have become the driving force that becomes the Union victory. Though they will both be heavily criticized, ridiculed, and even hated, these two Ohio generals share the fate of the country. They are honored too little, credited too little, and studied too little. Their contribution to our country was immense in total. A high point of their lives were the resurrection of American freedom as we know today. To their sacrifice, their commitment, and their resolve, we dedicate our annual celebration.
Thank you.
The press in general and the whole vilify you.
Pretty much, they all vilified us.
They did.
Especially after the battle, of Shiloh. Grant was called the Butcher of Shiloh.
The Butcher.
Because he lost so many men. And General Sherman just hated newspapers. Scribblers, I believe he called them.
Cincinnati Enquirer were not kind to either gentleman during the course of the war.
They were not.
At no time that anything I've ever read would be positive.
Grant was fought so badly, he didn't win either time he ran for president. He did not win Brown County. That's sad.
The thing you have to keep in mind is, if you read your history, there's something like 24,000 troops supposedly killed during the Battle of Shiloh. In reality, that was 24,000 men that were never found, were wounded, or killed. The number of men that were actually killed is closer to 3,500, and that would include troops on both sides. Granted, it was a bloody campaign, and it was our first taste of real war. Bull Run was obviously one-sided, and casualties were held to a minimum because we ran. Donaldson and Henry, or General Grant, pretty much routed the enemy and got his moniker of unconditional surrender Grant because the Confederates pretty much caved in. I mean, we're talking about garrisons that had about 4,000 men. I think Grant was traveling with approximately 12,000 troops. So there really wasn't a lot they could do. And it wasn't completely bloodless, but Shiloh was the first real taste of what the Civil War is going to be like. Many, many people determined at that point this was not going to be a 6-month war. This was going to be more like a long, protracted affair, which, again, if you'll study your history, William T. Sherman said that from the outset and was criticized heavily. He was even told he was insane and relieved from command for a short time. So the opinion of the public and perhaps command hierarchy in general was that this was going to be a short-lived thing. And in reality, it was proven not.
Grant says in his memoirs, he talks about his routes, the first routes he had, Donaldson and Henry, and he said he knew the war was going to be long when those armies went back, reformed, and hit them at Shiloh. And the U.S. troops were really green going into the Battle of Shiloh, and a lot of them actually ran back to the river. But the good news about them is they come back and fought the next day. But then there were soldiers that were battle-hardened after that.
And in particular, infantry regiment that we represent, which is the Ohio 70th, actually held the line for the first hours of battle that day. It's not commonly known that if they had not held the line, perhaps the entire Union front would have folded. I mean, there were lots of heroes that day on both sides, obviously, but the performance they provided in the early hours were crucial to a Union, what we consider to be a Union victory at the end of the battle, the two-day battle. As a matter of fact, the ground we lost on the 6th, we gained back, pushed the Confederates away on the 7th without really any consistent counterattack that could be mounted. Granted, Johnston was killed the first day, the Confederate commander, and I'm not sure that Grant or Sherman either knew that, but it had no effect on the way they approached the battle, only on the counter.
Was that Albert Sidney Johnson or Joseph?
Yeah.
Who at that time was considered the preeminent Confederate commander in the Army. General Lee, who wasn't a general at that time, was considered second or third rate at best. It was only after Johnston was killed in the first day battle that Lee had any opportunity to become any kind of commander in that theater. And of course, Johnston was Davis's favorite. That's a well-known fact.
Johnson was from around the Maysville area, so it's kind of interesting.
Was he from
born
here? In Kentucky?
Yeah, and he was shot.
Old Washington.
He was shot. They routed the Union camp, and I think he reached over to pick up a cup or something like that, and he was shot in the femoral artery and bled to death.
And he had sent his own personal surgeon out to
Right.
take care of some other troops.
That's absolutely right.
Union captains, as I understood, wounded Union captains.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you know, he was a man of great strategy, great command, and he was in his prime. He was in his early 50s. He was the preeminent Confederate commander at that time. Who knows, the war might have been very different if he had not gotten killed that day. But as we see throughout the entire Civil War, it's as much a series of circumstances as it was strategy, troops, and so forth. That's one of the most interesting aspects of the Civil War. There are so many variables that come into play.
What ifs?
Exactly.
Any other questions?
Was the Ohio 70th, was that their first major battle?
Yes. I would say yes. I mean, they've been in a few skirmishes around Paducah where they went right after they were trained in West Union, which was Camp Hamer, was where they spent most of their training. They went down to Ripley. Then they shipped them out on boat to Kentucky. There was Grant, obviously, had some skirmishes in Paducah and pretty much cleaned out Kentucky at that point, which was a border state, but we weren't sure if it was going to stay in the Union or not. And I recall, I think the governor was pro-secession and the House and Assembly were pro-Union. So I think actually the governor of Kentucky spent some time in jail until that particular instance occurred where most of the rebels were pushed out of Kentucky and actually wound up in Tennessee, which is where this all came to fruition. Because Confederates had definitely had in mind they were going to get back at us for Donaldson and Henry. So there were plans to do this before we even got there. And when Union troops landed at Pittsburgh Landing, which is what Shiloh was originally called, it only became Shiloh after the battle. We were there basically to reinforce our troops, to train, and to gather a supply depot. That was originally the concept. So Grant and Sherman are often criticized for not digging in, but that was a command decision on their part. I don't think they really thought they were going to be there all that long. And of course this occurred, and they didn't stay that long, except for the fact that Lincoln wasn't totally thrilled with Mr. Grant's victory that day, so Halleck took over for a short time, and of course he was slower than McClellan, so it took several weeks for him to even get to Mississippi. And by then the Confederates had already decided they were going to move further in. If Grant would have been retained and kept control of the war, it would have been short and dramatic. Again, what if?
And that's one of the things, and as we did in the little skit there, we made the reference to Grant never backed up. Once Grant took over the whole Union Army, they had his first battle against Lee was at the Wilderness. And on that first day of that battle, his generals was coming up to him, and we were talking about every place Robert E. Lee was. And Grant said, Lee can't be everywhere you're saying he is. He said, you quit worrying about what Robert E. Lee's going to do to you, worry about what you're going to do to Robert E. Lee. Well, the first day of the Battle of the Wilderness was over, and they come up to the second day, and Confederate troops had pulled out. And when Grant started marching, he started marching south. And that's when the Union Army knew that the war was about over, because they were following Lee, they were heading up to Lee, they were going to keep pounding at Lee. So they said there was great cheer and jubilation in the Union camp, because they knew the war would be over soon. But he kept pounding them. Unlike McClellan, unlike me, who had won at Gettysburg, he eased up, and Lincoln was furious about it. And Grant knew that more people died of disease in war than they died in battle. So he wanted to get them out and get them home.
Good point. I think the actual breakdown was about 2/3 of deaths during the Civil War were dysentery or medical treatment, things of that nature. The actual deaths from battle were somewhat minuscule compared to what really killed most of them.
They carried on in World War I.
Absolutely.
And wasn't that before the knowledge of antisepsis was was here, and so nobody knew about transferring.
It was really near the end of the Civil War before we had any idea about bacteria whatsoever. And a lot of that came about purely by accident. I mean, I think there were some medical personnel that started to see that the mortality rate was better after they cleaned their hands between surgeries. But we ran out of so many materials during the war that at one point, instead of thread or stitches, they used horsehair. And of course, horsehair is extremely inflexible, shall we say. So they found that if they boiled water and put the horsehair in the water, and that softened it, it was easier to use to bind wounds. And through that, they over time noticed that the wounds that were bound by the horsehair seemed to heal faster with less infection. And eventually the concept of sterilization started to formulate. But as this gentleman mentioned, even in World War I, we were still suffering from lack of knowledge. You think about it, medical knowledge has always been pushed forward due to war. We had very little surgical capabilities going into the Civil War. Sure couldn't say that afterwards.
I don't know if there's a surgeon kit around here anywhere, but if you look at one of them, it's pretty scary.
Well, we do have some out on the weapons board. We have several knives and saws, which we use for amputation. General Grant said they weren't pleasant looking and they weren't pleasant to use.
If you're lucky, you got a little wisdom.
Yeah.
If you're lucky.
Were you ever seriously wounded, General Sherman or General Grant? I don't remember if you were ever
General Sherman
seriously
received 2 minor wounds during the Battle of Shiloh. The early hours of the battle, he was on the front lines, moving from group to group, keeping his men in line and, providing support. And he had a total of, I believe, 3 or 4 horses shot from under him that day. And he did have a wound in the hand. One of his fingers was nipped by a Confederate bullet as he held his hand up to move troops forward. So if we had the original script called for Sherman to have his hand in a cloth bandage, but that unfortunately got moved out when we had to make some changes. And General Grant was suffering from injuries as well. I mean, he's criticized for not being on site when the battle started. And the simple reason was he was in Savannah, which was, I think, 8 or 10 miles away by river, recovering from an accident, I believe the day before or maybe earlier in the week, where a horse fell on him. So he was hardly able to walk. So when he came up after hearing the battle that morning by riverboat, here's a guy that could just barely walk, came up, took command, and reversed the initial outcome of the first day's battle.
A Confederate soldier tells a story, I believe it was at Donelson. Grant was on horseback. Apparently he didn't have his jacket on. And a Confederate sharpshooter had sights on him. You know how our Gallus is looking across in the back? He had his sights right on General Grant and didn't pull the trigger.
Yeah, he often wore a private sack coat. Didn't usually wear any kind of uniform related to his rank, typically in the field. And Sherman was kind of known as being a little lackadaisical about uniform as well. But you're talking about 2 men that typically didn't travel with a large baggage train. Matter of fact, most of the time, Sherman didn't even have a tent. And when he went through the Georgia and the southern states towards the end of the war, he cut his baggage train for the entire Army down to probably like a dozen or so wagons. And this is the guy that slept on the ground with his troops. And if there was a comfortable place to stay at night, sometimes a church or an abandoned home, he gave the beds and so forth to his commanding troop officers. He typically slept on the floor. So he was a guy that could survive in the field and didn't mind the field. He was a quartermaster by training, had a large statistical knowledge that he carried around in his head. So when he did his march through Georgia, he had statistical analysis by county of all those southern states, what they produced, what came from those counties, so he planned his strategy so they could live off the land. And that was part of what made that so different from approaches taken earlier in the war.
Grant was very modest, so he had actually 2 tents. If you look at the officers' tents out there, he would have 2 of them. And he'd have one in the back where he dressed. He didn't let anybody, he had one person that took care of him. He didn't want anybody seen, I guess, naked. So he had a tent in the back, and then he received these officers' tent in the front. They were right together. So he's very, very modest.
I don't think Sherman cared one way or another.
Especially didn't want Sherman to see him that way.
Back to the disease and the war wounds and the infection, and I would say that part of the reason why there was so much infection and twice as many deaths due to disease as there were to war injuries in the war, I would say one of the reasons is because some of the Union brass in the upper echelon of the medical corps were slow on the uptake as far as paying attention or giving credence to Florence Nightingale's experiences and what she knew had helped in the Crimean War. I mean, we were kind of behind the times in the States at that point as far as even training of the nurses for a while. You know, other than the Catholic nuns who came over and had been trained in Nightingale School over in Europe, and then some of the deaconesses that had a formal training program, it wasn't until the Union Army Corps Army Nurse Corps started at the beginning of the war that we had any unified training, but we did know that there were some basic principles to control certain kinds of sickness, but we didn't see it too much at the beginning of the war. And I think there were egos with some of the male surgeons as far as letting the female nurses do their thing. But I'm not going to say that was the case with Sherman and Grant, because one of the probably most well-known nurses in the Civil War was Mother Mary Ann Bickerdike, and she pretty much was with Grant and Sherman's armies for the duration of the war and was quite a remarkable woman, made a big difference in their camps. And I know she was real close to you, General Sherman. And I didn't know if you had any comments to say about that.
Well, I think you make a good point about the evolution of thought with the regular army. That's always been the case. So you're right in that regard. I think Sherman and Grant, as a general rule, were open to things that worked. And I don't know that either of them were particularly hard-headed about that. Both of their wives were very independent women, and honestly, for men of the time, I think they probably were as open-minded as anyone could be.
Yes.
In that timeline. So, I think I'd have to agree with the majority of your points that they saw the advantages and basically let you do your thing.
Well, we know that Sherman was. I do believe, I've read in several places, where he was a pretty big stickler for camp hygiene as much as possible. And that was not necessarily the case with the majority, at least at the beginning of the war, of officers.
Well, absolutely, because there was a total lack of any attention, especially when it came to things like latrines,
yes.
Something as simple as that, keeping it away from your water supply and from your camp. So your point is well taken.
I've often pondered, how do you take an army of 100,000 plus horses, plus camp followers, and everything it takes for that army? How do you give them clean water? How do you take care? I mean, that in itself.
Yes.
Other than fighting that in itself, how do you keep them healthy? That would have been tremendous responsibility.
And no one was ready.
No
one was ready to plan
and again, we know that both men were mathematically inclined, which lends them to think along the quartermaster way of thinking with supplies and all the statistical things that logistics, let's say, that are involved. And those two guys had, I think, a little more knowledge and a little more interest than the average commander. Let somebody else take care of it. Any other questions? Yes.
General Sherman, you once said that I help Grant when he's drunk and he helps me when I'm crazy. With regards to yourself, and without getting too personal, what exactly did you mean by that?
Well, you have to understand that Sherman had a relationship that began early on at West Point. Matter of fact, I believe Sherman was the one that determined what Mr. Grant's nickname was going to be, which was often the case with the plebes as they came in as freshmen. So he came up with that moniker of Sam Grant. They had a relationship early on. They worked well together. They understood each other. And both being Midwesterners and from Ohio, I think they felt they had a bond. And they both kind of seen a lot of personal problems in the civilian world. So when they got back into the military as volunteers and were given some command and control, they had the opportunity to turn things around for themselves. And because of that, they worked well together. And early on, Grant was considered a drunkard because he had been given a choice by one of his commanders to either resign or be drummed out because supposedly he had been drinking. Now, this came about from, he was an officer of the day and was doing payroll and wasn't there personally to look over that payroll. And someone had said, well, we know he was with some of the other officers last night and they were playing cards and drinking. So my thinking is that he didn't show up today because he got a hangover. Now, we don't know that to be 100% true, but that rumor followed him for the rest of his life. Sherman, of course, knew better. He knew the man's capabilities. He knew shortcomings, if you will. And he stood by him. Same way when I had mentioned earlier about when Sherman was temporarily relieved of command because of a comment he made to a newspaper that the war was not going to be over in a short period of time. And I think he actually put a number on it as far as, I think we need a minimum of 200,000 troops to carry this war out. And that's an unheard of number, considering that I think the regular army going into the Civil War was about 16,000 strong. So the newspapers, which was one of those things, this was an off-the-record comment that he published, labeled him as insane. And of course, command hierarchy being what it was, we need to put this guy on shelf. He's a problem. Grant, of course, was there to support him. So that particular comment came about because of those two incidents. Sherman said, I stood by Grant when he was a drunk. He stood by me when I was crazy. So it speaks to the relationship that the two men developed and carried well beyond the war. I think they had a slight falling out after the war when Sherman was made commander of all the armies, and Grant gave some command that somewhat superseded Sherman's to a comrade from the war who was down and out and had a debilitating disease. They didn't think he was going to live long. It created a position for him until he passed. But beyond that, as far as I know, these two men had a very close relationship right up to the end. And that was not uncommon even among their Confederate rivals. Because if you'll read their history when Sherman died, Johnston, the other commander who survived, actually was a pallbearer at his funeral. And it was a nasty day, it was raining, it was cold, not unlike today, perhaps a bit colder. And several of Johnston's friends asked him, said, General, please put your cover on, his hat. He took his hat off in memory of Sherman. He said, you're going to catch cold. He said, if Sherman were here, he would have had his hat off for me. He caught cold, died of pneumonia within a week. But you can see that those West Pointers had respect for each other, even though they stood on opposite sides of the country and an issue that divided the country. They still, a personal bond among gentlemen of that era was something that's very, very difficult to break.
Well, many of them had fought with each other during the Mexican War, so they knew each other personally. And that's what really what Grant's benefits in the Civil War. He knew how other generals on the other side were going to react, so he could react to counter that. And I believe that Longstreet, General Longstreet, was a pallbearer at Grant's funeral. Longstreet was one of Lee's go-to person after Stonewall Jackson was killed.
Well, they gave you money to go home, didn't they, when you got drummed out? So.
In Gettysburg, at least in the movie Gettysburg, Armistead, the Confederate Armistead, wanted to go across and visit Hancock sometime before the battle or during the battle. And then I guess Armistead actually died, but his last thing was, "Give my compliments to General Hancock," something to that effect. I imagine that really did happen.
Yeah,
those kinds of things really did happen.
I don't think they crossed the lines and met each other, but they did send dispatches back and forth to each other. Yes. So there was a lot of camaraderie among the commanders. You know, it was the last gentleman's war, let's say, and by the end it wasn't so gentlemanly, but, you know, as Sherman determines, I know how to end this thing, give me a chance to do it. Grant said yes, even though he had reservations. Lincoln was kind of, whatever you think's best. And as a famous comment he made, said, we know what hole Sherman went in, we don't know what hole he's going to come out. You know, because he was out of contact with all command structure for that period until he took Savannah. So they put their full faith in the man and he came through for him. So crazy or not, he got the job done. Right. Any other questions? We thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure.
I can't click, you're still not voting.
Women want to vote. Women want to vote. Women
You don't want to be soldiers, but you're willing to be women?
We're done. Good. Here we are.
So, women's rights group here is coming up to
Bud.
campaign tents, protesting my vote.
Hold your side. Here we are.
Now right in between these two flags.
Something better than artillery.
I suppose like tomorrow.
Actually started Civil War.
And see, boys and girls, men and women, everybody.
I'll tell you what, any of you ladies here have a diamond ring I can borrow for a second? Oh, I know, it's fun when it's free, isn't it? Okay. This is a tough crowd. I tell you what, I would like to borrow a lady's ring that's easy to identify. I need a ring that doesn't look like anybody else's. Not a wedding ring, because I know all you guys got wedding rings on. Anybody got one? Man, you got one with you today? Wearing a ring? Nobody's wearing rings today. Oh, that's a pretty ring, too. What's your name? Come over here, hold on the ring. Or right there. And step back a little bit, young man, so the giant crowd can see behind you. Thank you very much. Is this your card, your ring, man? Thank you very much. Beautiful stones in there. Hold on that for a second. We're going to make sure you take care of that. Wait a minute. I want to wrap that up. Don't let that ring get away from you. Here it is. Here it is. Need a handkerchief here. We'll try this. Now, a little chilly today, so I got my sleeves rolled up. Let's try this for you. We'll take the lady's ring, put it down here in the center of the handkerchief. I think that's pretty close. I want to grip it just right or this will not work. I need your help, young lady. Come over a little bit closer. Reach right up there. Make sure you feel it. Can you feel it? Hold on real tight. Don't drop it, whatever you do. Got a good grip? Don't let go. Hold up just a little bit higher. A little bit. That's perfect. Pull right up there. I have back here a little lock box. We'll set that right there. Don't go away. Hopefully I have a key. Young man, hold on that key for me. Don't go away, whatever you do. Folks, we're going to try a dramatic transposition. The lady's ring from underneath the handkerchief, held by this trusty young lady in the front row, will cause it to transfer from the air into that locked box. Would you folks like to see that? Yeah. Me too, it hasn't worked in about 2 weeks. I'll try it for you guys anyway. Here we go. Don't lose faith. Don't lose faith. I'll hold the ring. I'm going to grab the other corner. In case it falls on the floor, you just grab it in front of it. I don't think it's going to fall, though. I'll give a quick flip. Did you see it disappear? You saw it disappear, didn't you? Well, we have one more chance. Since the ring is gone, there is the locked box. It's got a lock in the front. Young man, take that key. Open up that lock. I don't want to go near that box. Stick it in there, buddy. Give it a twist. Did it open up? Maybe you got to turn it the other way. There you go. Take it off there. Turn it over. Open it up. What do you see inside there?
The ring's in it.
Pick it up. Take it out of that box. Take it back, that pretty lady right back there. Ma'am, thank you for the loan of the ring. I appreciate it very much. Folks, you're a very trusting crowd. I should be in politics. Listen, I'm going to be back in about a half an hour at the back of the stage here. We're going to do a little magic show. Come back and see us in a few minutes, okay? Thank you.
These are all, well, these are all, everything here is a reproduction.
He was working on stuff that was being fired on the Civil War battle.
Before and after.
Some stuff we work on after you got fired.
Yeah.
Artillery piece-wise, we were furthest out. They would fire a spherical case, which was hollowed out, had gunpowder, sometimes had little metal balls inside.
First call! Bayonet drill!
Something like this down on the troops. The gentleman that actually invented this, his last name was Shrapnel. So from that point on, any time an artillery piece exploded and got into you, it was considered shrapnel.
Count off! 1, 2. Once again, there are only 2 numbers. If he says 1, what would you be?
You're 1.
What would you be?
1.
Thank you. In fact, let's do this. Why don't you two trade places, because you are a little taller than he is, okay? And now that I've done myself in, we'll do this again. In each rank, count off. 1, 2.
1. I'm in 2.
All right. I need you to look at his butt. I need you to look at his butt. I need you to look at his sort of butt. All right, now when he speaks, you snap your head forward and tell me your number and on down the line.
Yeah.
I need to stop looking at his butt. All right, now. In rank, count off. 1, 2.
1.
Everybody who's a 2, raise their hand. All right. I see we still don't have any bandits. Okay. This is a Springfield rifle. Some of the men had Enfield rifles from Great Britain. This weapon was meant to do one thing: kill the enemy. It consists of a shot, but if you look on the back, it had a metal plate. This metal plate had one thing, and it was not to irritate the heck out of a soldier to keep it clean. It was to bash in the enemy's face. But they also had another weapon that is considered somewhat uncivilized, That is the bayonet. And yes, that is French, and no, I do not speak French, I just say bayonet. I'll let that sink in. To put your bayonet on, if we all had bayonets, is we take our weapon, put it between our feet, like so. We then remove the bayonet from the shoulder or to the elbow where you're not going to stab somebody else. It is very important not to stab your friend standing next to you. They tend not to like that. Also, if you will notice, it is tricord, or it's got 3 areas in it. 2 to allow the blood to flow through. A weapon that is in the shape of a triangle will not heal up. You will have this wound if you are wounded for the rest of your life. That means you're going to be angry at whoever stabbed you. That's why you keep it like that, so that if you are removing it, you are not going to accidentally get the guy next to you. You have your gun with the ramrod pointing towards you. You have this, when you are ready, you slowly turn it towards the sky and fit it over the sight. You then turn slightly and lock it in place. It is not going anywhere now. Now, as you can see, this looks really scary now. And that's one of the things the bayonet does. It is both an intimidation weapon as well as a last-ditch weapon. You now have 3 weapons in one: the gun itself, the rifle, and the bayonet. The stock and the bayonet. You can now... let me back up a little bit here. This is one of them things where you don't want to... We are at the unguard position. There are 4 areas that you are looking for. You are looking at one shoulder, the second shoulder, the right leg, or the left leg. Now everybody says, why are you aiming for those areas? When you are scared and you are in a combat situation, it will figure itself out. But you want an area to at least aim for. That guy's moving around, so if you're aiming for his shoulder, you might hit something more vital just by accident. Really? Right? Come on. We are on guard. If I do this, I'm aiming for the right shoulder. If I do this, I'm aiming for the left. Lower and lower. The way you guard against this, and these are integrated swings, you bring your weapon down and up. You bring your weapon down and up, 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 block, block. So that's the basic moves of both attack and defense. When you get good, and that's a long way for all of us, you can learn other attacks, and you can even guard against cavalry or attack cavalry. So we'll go down to the bayonet dummy here in a minute, and I will show you how that works. I guess everyone's here that's going to hear Dr. Smith. Come on in. A few people coming in. Come on in. Thank you, Dr. Smith from Armies, Ohio. She spent this preparation for her doctor's degree. She did a dissertation, Netta Tail and Divided Home from 1861 to 1864.
based on one of our local ladies, Netta, White, Taylor, and Thomas Taylor. They both lived here in Georgetown. Thomas Taylor is Brown County prosecutor. Time the war broke out. Netta White lives here. Of course, she married Thomas. And the most interesting part about it, there was letters that the two of them wrote back and forth. And usually Civil War letters you get from the soldier's point of view. Well, Netta also responded. They wrote back and forth, so there's quite a few letters that Netta wrote back and forth to her husband about what was going on. We also have here today Lisa's husband, Bob. She has a couple of young boys who couldn't make it, she's staying with her mother. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to Dr. Smith.
Okay, we're trying out the microphone because, can you hear me good in the background?
Sounds good.
All right. Well, I'm going to take a slightly different tack. What I'm going to talk about today is based on the letters that Netta and Thomas wrote back and forth during the Civil War. But I want to talk a little bit more about the community of Georgetown as well. So you'll get kind of a glimpse into what this town was like in the 1860s. And I guess I want to start by first asking you all a question. What, if anything, first thing pops into your mind when I say Ohio in the Civil War? What do you think of?
U.S. Grant.
Grant? Sherman. Okay.
Sheridan.
The people that are earlier, Sheridan.
Morgan traders.
Morgan traders. Okay, these are the things we're taught in school. What isn't so much brought out in school is that Ohio was very divided over the issue of the Civil War. This was not a totally pro-Union state. And Georgetown is at the center of what was called the butternut communities, where you had a very strong division between the families that supported the Union and those that supported the South. And that's what you get when you look at Netta's letters to Thomas back and forth. She's part of a Copperhead family. So she really sees the tensions of the war firsthand. And on the eve of the American Civil War, Netta had no idea what was going to be in store for her. The future looked really bright for her and Thomas. He was a promising lawyer in Georgetown. He had actually moved here from New Jersey, so he was a transplant. He had just been elected prosecuting attorney for the county. He owned half interest in a local drugstore. He had operated a newspaper for a time. He was starting to accumulate a fortune for himself. They owned property worth over $700 when the average laborer was making about $11 a month in Ohio. So they were considerably well off for this community. They also operated a farm. They rented a farm, Elmwood Cottage, from their brother-in-law, Chilton White. But he didn't actually farm it. He was more of a gentleman farmer. So he hired out his farm work. He hired out girls to help in the house with the children and the housework. So they're positioned very well in Georgetown society. And there's no reason to think that his upward climb in society was going to change with the war. He expected to, come out on top of this. What changed for Thomas was that he answered Lincoln's call for a 3-month enlistment. And with that initial enlistment, the fortunes of the Taylor family was going to change forever in Georgetown. And Netta's first clue that this was not going to end up quite like she anticipated came very early in the war. Taylor was promised that he could become captain if he could go into Georgetown, into Brown County, recruit some men to form his own company. You get the men in, we'll trade that off for a captaincy. So he comes into town. He'd been very popular here before the war. He had a link to Netta's family, the Whites, who were very prominent. So he basically, in his mind, this is going to be easy. He gets promises of over 80 men that are going to join the Union Army with him. He's going to be their captain. His way to military glory is paved this. However, in an event that's going to turn him against Georgetown forever, when he went to gather his men to march to Camp Clay, only 26 men showed up. To make matters worse, Netta had gone with him to pick up these men. She was the captain's wife. She wanted to see her husband march out of town in glory. And instead, he has 26 men. When he's marching out of town at this company with his new company of recruits, the people of Georgetown are laughing at him. They kind of line up, they're making nice comments about what his company looks like and whatnot. They laughed and jeered at him, and according to Netta's writing, they heaped abuse upon Taylor and his recruits. And this is a humiliation that neither of them ever forgot. With all hopes of his promotion shot with his lack of volunteers, he was also angry that he was exposed, and his family was exposed, to public humiliation at the hands of people that had been his friends, they'd been his neighbors, even his family members. Some of Netta's family were there to watch him ride out. And the event made such an impression on Thomas that 2 years later he was still hurt by the townspeople's reaction, saying that he would live anywhere other than Georgetown after the war. And in his own very dramatic flair of putting things, he wrote to Netta that the citizens treated me so badly when I needed aid. All turned aside and gave themselves to a dastardly attempt to injure me, to crush me, and oh, how they would have glorified had I yielded, succumbed to the pressure which was so overwhelming and disastrous in its consequences. The town of my adoption, the home of my wife, and the birthplace of my children scorned me and spurned me from it. And I cannot reconcile myself to return to it after my treatment. My friends, my relations, my enemies, they all joined against me. After so much deception and treachery, can I come back home again and suffer to be ensnared by them again? No, never. You can see Thomas really liked the dramatic. He had a flair for his use of words. And to be fair, Thomas wasn't the only person that failed at recruiting in this area. Other recruiters tried to form regiments in the area that were met with very poor recruitment. And this is especially frustrating for people like Netta, who had family members in the Union Army. She wrote in 1862, when recruiters still couldn't fill the ranks with men from Georgetown. She exploded in a letter to Thomas saying that it makes my blood boil to see and to hear them. The office doors, the corners, they're crowded with healthy, able-bodied men discussing politics. They crack jokes and laugh as loudly as though all was gay as marriage bells. But we don't feel thus to have sacrificed so much for the cause. As the war continued, Georgetown and its citizens became even more deeply divided about what constituted loyalty to the country. You start to get this very sharp division in town between those who identified themselves as Union supporters and those who were considered butternuts. And this division started to separate friends, businessmen, even family members. And this separation also led to tensions and feeling of isolation among those separated from their closest friends and relatives. And just a little bit about the term butternut. A lot of people have probably heard the term copperhead. Copperhead was the term of choice used by Republican politicians, used by newspapers. If you're just talking to your friends, you're more than likely going to call them butternuts instead of copperheads. Butternuts is like the local colloquial term. And it actually predates the Civil War, and it meant this entire region of the southern part of Indiana, Illinois, and Ohio. And what it originally meant was that this area was settled by people coming up from the south. Small farmers, laborers. This area was very strongly settled by those southerners. People like Netta's family came up from the south originally to settle here. And they got the name butternuts because their clothes were homemade and they used a butternut colored dye. So it was kind of a slang term for the way they dressed as well. Southwestern Ohio had a relatively high concentration of butternuts, about 135,000 southern-born citizens, about 6% of the people that lived in the state. And this segment of the population is considered more likely to side with the South than their neighbors who had been born and raised in the North. And during the Civil War, you start to see the term butternut mean Southern sympathizer. And you see it used interchangeably with the word copperhead. And Georgetown is at the seat of this butternut, copperhead division. Netta's family found themselves divided over the war because of this. Her brother, Chilton Allen White, he had been a Democratic member of the Ohio State Legislature from 1859 to 1860. He was elected to the U.S. House of Representatives in 1861 and served throughout the war. And his family, Netta's mother, Margaret White, they were all outspoken supporters of the Copperhead cause. Netta's other brother, Carby, he sided with the Union, and he had served as a colonel in the 12th Ohio throughout the war. Netta found herself caught between the two, and her situation was further complicated by the fact that her husband, Thomas, had been a Democrat. He owed much of his early political success to the support of Chilton White, but he had enlisted in the Union Army and eventually switched his allegiance to the Republicans and President Lincoln. So Netta finds herself walking this delicate line between supporting her husband, maintaining a close relationship with her family members, her mother, her brothers, but unfortunately, as she and many other families in this region would discover, such relationships were almost impossible to maintain throughout the war. Tensions between Netta and her family are obvious throughout the wartime letters, but it does appear in the early years that Netta and her family, they tried to maintain civil relations. However, as the war entered its second year, many of these tensions already reached a breaking point. Her sister-in-law, Fanny, who was Chilton's wife, was, in Netta's words, a real Southern sympathizer, and you can make nothing else out of her. She's down on our Army from first to last. As a result of Fanny's outspoken support for the South, Netta wrote her husband that we don't get along very smoothly. Fanny's husband, Chilton, was also outspoken in his anti-war position. It was such a matter of record. He was such a strong Copperhead that when he was delayed in his return from Washington, D.C., it was joked around town that maybe old Abe locked him up while he was in Washington and wouldn't let him leave. So relations would continue to deteriorate between Netta and her family to such an extent that even tragedies like deaths of immediate family members further caused a wedge between them, that they couldn't even come together to mourn the loss of family members because of their break over the war. Thomas tried to maintain contact with his butternut in-laws throughout the war. His attempt at keeping the family connected actually led to the incident that was going to break them, break the relationship forever. At a family gathering in 1863, Chilton White announced that he had received a letter from Thomas requesting a favor. Exactly what Thomas wanted wasn't recorded. White then proceeded to insult Thomas in front of all the other members of the family. And according to Netta's account, White stated that Thomas refused to support him and had done all he could against him after he had left home. White's wife, Fanny, then jumped in, calling Thomas a mean, contemptible, ungrateful fellow that Mr. White had taken into his office and given his start in the world. The poor ignoramus. After this, Netta doesn't really socialize with that group of the family members anymore. They drop out of contact for the rest of the war. They don't speak for several years. Netta believed that her brother was undermining the well-being of her family in several circumstances. The instance that was most upsetting to her concerned rumors that originated with Chilton concerning the honor of her husband, that Thomas refused to pay his debts, and Thomas refused, to uphold the family bonds and whatnot. These breaks with family members over the war left Netta with a sense of isolation as she was cut off from family members. To replace her butternut family members, Taylor turned to her husband and frequently urged him to return home. She was lonely. She felt isolated in the community. Many of her friends had stopped coming around. Many of her family members stopped coming around. And she started to agree that maybe Georgetown wasn't the place for them. Idea that she had opposed when Thomas first brought it up at the beginning of the war. Netta also had this sense of isolation increased by the fact that her mother was also a comprehensive advisor. And this relationship was more problematic for Netta. She could write off her brother. She didn't seem to have too much problem saying, okay, Chilton, Fanny, whatever, you guys, get rid of you. She couldn't do that with her mom. So she and her mother maintained this kind of uneasy relationship throughout the war. She couldn't bring herself to break ties with her. And Netta rationalized this behavior by stating that while her mother had made some very hard expressions, she's still been very kind to me, and I don't know how I could get along if it had not been for her. Apparently her mother also refused to allow their different views on the war to sever their connection. If you read their letters, that basically they seem to have declared a truce. We won't talk about the war when we're together, and this is how we're still going to be able to have that mother-daughter relationship. Unlike many who found themselves completely cut off from their families over the war, Netta did keep a good relationship with her brother Carr. Like Chilton, Carr was well connected in Georgetown. He'd fought in the Mexican War. He worked as a doctor before the war began. Upon the outbreak of the war, he had enlisted in the 12th Ohio, where he served as a colonel until 1864. Carr became her surrogate male in her life. When he was home on leave, he would come, he would visit her children, he would take care of business for her. He would take care of anything that basically needed a man around the house to do. When the tailor's third son was born in December of 1863, Netta wrote to her husband in the field about naming the child. She asked him, "What do you say about calling the babe after Brother Carr? Do you think we could name it after a better man or a truer patriot?" So the baby was named Carr Taylor in honor of her brother, and his name served as a symbol of loyalty to family ties in spite of the war, that not all family ties were going to be disrupted. Adding to the tensions in Georgetown, the military draft came here in 1864. As for why the draft came so late to Georgetown as opposed to other areas, there are several possible explanations. One theory is that since it's such a small community, that they had already sent enough men to the Union Army to meet their quotas for 1863, and it wasn't until 1864 that Georgetown fell short in supplying men to the war effort. Another possibility has to do with the provost marshals. These were the military officers who were employed to run the draft. They would go into the communities, kind of do a head count and the like. Many draft officers avoided butternut areas as much as possible. They knew they weren't welcome in these communities. When they did get into the communities, they often couldn't get an accurate count of who was eligible for the draft, who wasn't. Sometimes they were met with violence. So just to be safe, a lot of the provost marshals stayed out of these regions. But in 1864, they finally come to Georgetown, and Netta commented that she had not heard who had been drafted, but she did know that some 3 or 4 men of here, they were taken quite suddenly, you understand, so that they would not have to be drafted. There were threats in the community of violence, but the draft passed off very quietly. And of those drafted, the Union men are all going, but the Butternuts are not. The Butternuts Club here had a meeting and made up money for Alfred Jacobs to pay a substitute. What Netta contemporarily referred to as the Butternuts Club was actually the Pleasant Township Draft Association. It was an insurance club, one of many that sprang up in response to the draft. For a fee, which varied from club to club, men could purchase insurance against the draft. If you, as the policyholder, was drafted, you could receive a payment from your insurance policy so that you could pay somebody to go into the military and take your place. However, by paying a substitute, you only get out of that first draft. If you're drafted a second time, you needed to have a second policy so that you could get money to pay somebody to take your place. The Pleasant Township Draft Association that operated here in Georgetown promised to assist each other to procure a substitute for a member of said company who may be drafted under the present call for 300,000 men. Enrollment in the company was open to any man in Pleasant Township that could pay the membership dues of $100. Okay, remember, laborers are making $11 a month, so your takers are going to be from the top tier of society here. Upon receipt of your membership dues, if you were drafted, members are eligible to receive such sum of money as the sum total subscribed will amount to, and divided by the number drafted of men belonging to the company, provided that no member gets more than $1,000. But also needles Netta about this. If you wanted to join the Pleasant Township Draft Association, you have to go talk to her brother, Chilton White. He is the head of this insurance company. You can go to his law office to purchase such an insurance policy. So in spite of all of this vocal opposition to the draft, the Union soldiers and Union soldiers by butternut citizens of Georgetown, there were Unionists in the town too. So it's not just a one-sided affair. And they still found ways to offer support to those serving the Union cause. One such example occurred on February 7, 1864, when many of the women of Georgetown, and you'll notice a lot of the Union support comes from the female population of the town. They gathered informally because a returning Union regiment was coming to town. Once the news of their soldiers' pending arrival reached Georgetown, local women began preparing dinner, arranging quarters for the men to stay overnight. And they decided that the courthouse is about the biggest building in town. This is where we're going to let the soldiers stay. We'll put them up, we'll feed them here, we'll let them sleep here, and whatnot. Once news of that chosen location was announced, local butternuts gathered in opposition. According to reports, the butternuts were rampant that they should not have the courthouse. The courthouse was too good for the soldiers. They could go out and quarter at the fairgrounds since they were used to laying outside anyway. That was good enough for them. The situation escalated when some soldiers home on leave thought otherwise, had a brief little scuffle, and the end result was the butternuts were forced to give up the keys to the courthouse and the soldiers were invited in. The women served dinner and breakfast the following morning, and Netta considered the outcome a victory, remarking that these butternuts have never done anything towards feeding and clothing the soldiers in the field, and we do not expect them to do it when they come home, but we can show them that we are willing to do both. In addition to such spontaneous aid and support offered to soldiers, Union townspeople also took part in community and national celebrations of victory, Thanksgiving. The fall of Richmond was a prime example for a community celebration. Even though the main Confederate Army remained in the field, the fall of the Confederate capital city was a powerful symbol that the war was winding down. Netta was excited to receive letters from Thomas, who was stationed in Washington, D.C. at this point in the war. The capital was filled with rejoicing, and she wished that she could be in Washington with him to see the capital all ablaze. Because the joy that was in his letters about the celebrations and whatnot was quite a contrast to the near failure of Georgetown's attempt to celebrate the fall of Richmond. Her disgust for her neighbors was clear when she stated that our people think it's too much trouble to celebrate anything properly. Very few people participated in a grand illumination of the town. An illumination was you'd set candles, lanterns, in the windows of buildings, you do geometric designs with them. Kind of like a light show with candles. She remarked that the courthouse looked very pretty, but she took special pride in the fact that a great many said that our place was the prettiest picture of them all. Netta had taken great care to place candles in the windows arranged in diamonds. She had 2 circles and a diamond prepared for her yard. She also had 2 flags placed on each chimney, and they showed up nicely in the town. To complete the celebration, her boys beat their drums all day and took part in church services that featured a loyal sermon. It took tragedy to essentially reunite the citizens of Georgetown, at least on the surface. Shortly after that failed celebration for the fall of Richmond, word reached Georgetown of President Lincoln's assassination. Netta was sad and troubled over the dreadful news of the assassination and was frightened that instead of peace, our troubles have just begun. In addition to her sadness over the death of the president, Netta was also deeply concerned for Thomas's safety, as gossip was saying that in Washington, D.C., they were gunning down anybody in a blue uniform. Rumors were running rampant about there were more conspirators afoot, more assassinations planned. She also expressed distrust for the South, writing that while we, the North, were ready to take them to our bosoms, willing to agree to almost anything for peace, the death of the president, they were planning to destroy us. She believed, however, that the death of the president had brought the community together, and that while a feeling of sadness pervaded, people were finally united again, following in mourning. In describing Georgetown's response to the death of President Lincoln, Netta informed Thomas that all business was suspended. The houses, the stores were all draped in mourning, and no one could think or speak of anything but the nation's calamity. At 12, the bells commenced tolling and continued until 3. We draped our flags and lowered them and tied crape on the doorknob. The death of our president at this time is the greatest stroke that could befall a nation, but let us bow ourselves submissively to his mysterious providence. Thomas was also saddened by the death of Lincoln, writing Netta that April 14th was the gloomiest which has been in the fate of our country to experience. That our president cut down by the dastardly assassin. To say a nation mourns is too wild, that shrieks with anguish, our best defender is gone. With those words, Thomas completed a transformation 4 years ago. He now considered himself a Republican. In doing so, he renounced his lifelong political affiliation with the Democratic Party, a party that he had come to identify with not supporting the war effort, and by extension, the preservation of the Union. He had been moving away from the Democrats throughout the war, increasingly identifying them as copperheads. With the end of the war, the preservation of the Union, he considered the break complete. Unfortunately for Thomas and Netta, this new political allegiance is going to have serious repercussions when Thomas finally returns to Georgetown after the war. In her final surviving letter, Netta reiterated her position on Thomas's quest for recognition. She reassured him that she did not mean for him to banish all thoughts of wealth and advancement, but she asked to be able to share his bed and board while you're securing these things for yourself. Netta realized that Georgetown might not hold many opportunities for Thomas after the war, and agreed that she would give up her home, her family, and her friends in order to be with him. She signed her letter, "Come, let us go," her most affectionate, devoted wife, Netta.
So where did they finally go?
They came back to Georgetown. They stayed until 1867. Thomas was never able to regain any political prominence in the town. And he also carried a grudge against everybody that made fun of him when he rode out of town. From here they went to a little town, Enid, Missouri, which is even smaller than Georgetown and more southern than Georgetown. He tried to run a newspaper there that failed. He then goes to Kansas, where he gets a measure of the success that he wanted. He becomes very active in Kansas politics, runs for state office several times and serves. He operates an over 1,100-acre cattle ranch there. And then he gets tired of that, and in a total twist for a Republican, he was a general by this time. He was promoted a brevet general during the war. So this Republican Union general moves to Louisiana. He had family down there. His brother, Ziba Taylor, had fought in the Confederacy and was a blockade runner. So he moves to Louisiana, takes the family with him, and he spends the rest of his life down there. He goes back to work as a lawyer. He actually works as a railroad lawyer for one of the railroad companies down there until he passes.
What about the situation with George Marshall when Netta had to go to the office to get the money, and then later on, Thomas set up where she didn't have to go through George, and then there was no money there. I didn't quite understand what was happening.
He's read my dissertation. Before Thomas left town, he wanted somebody to be in charge of the finances. Netta had never run the farm, looked after the business, handled money, so he didn't really want her in charge of it. So he puts his brother-in-law, George Marshall, who was a lawyer in town, who's married to Netta's sister, in charge of all their finances, which turns out to be a mistake because Marshall is a raging alcoholic who has a variety of other issues. And so when Netta goes to try to get money from Marshall, she can't get it from him. She has all these creditors coming to her door saying, where's the money, whatnot. And the bank is like, there is no money because Marshall never gave us any money. Eventually, Thomas takes that power of the finances away from Marshall and gives them to Netta herself. He finally lets her be in charge. And she doesn't really like that. She's not one of the women that would have been out here marching for women's rights. She didn't want anything to do with that. She thought her husband, he needed to get home, he needed to take care of the bills himself and stop fooling around, playing war and whatnot. She was not a big fan of him being gone.
At the presentation, the other night at the Historical Society, War Letters, Love Letters, which were based on their letters back and forth, you have to be struck by, her constant theme in the letters the excerpts that were read anyway was, please come home, please come home. You can certainly understand that. Well, under normal circumstances, I guess you could understand that. But given the fact that what you said about her family and some of the splitting of the family because of the political differences, and because she felt so isolated from a lot of friends too, you can certainly now, to me, it gives me a better understanding even of all the please come home, please come home.
Yeah, when I first started researching her, I'm like, she is awfully whiny. All she does is say, please
that's how it comes across sometimes.
But as you get into it, most of her friends disappeared during the war, people that she had considered her friends. The one family that she is in continuous contact with the war and goes visiting and whatnot are the Baileys, Dr. Bailey and his daughters. She was great friends with one of his daughters. But everybody else is gone. She has to decide, is she going to send her son to school because the school teacher that was brought in was a Southern sympathizer. Does she send her boy to that school? Does she keep him home? What does she do? So she's still a little whiny, but you kind of understand where she's coming from because she was so lonely. She didn't have really anybody that she could depend on. And she was terrified throughout the war that something was going to happen to Thomas. If he got killed, what happens to her? What happens to their children, their properties, and things like that. So she had a very difficult time, and she was also cheated. Her husband's business partner with the drugstore. He basically cheated her out of Thomas's share of the business while he wasn't there to oversee it. So she did have other problems as well, in addition to her just being with him. Well, thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is our first session for the afternoon, and our presenter today for this session is Lynn Gardner, former history teacher here in Georgetown, and historian of Georgetown and Brown County as well. Lynn is going to talk about Thomas Hamer. Thomas Hamer was a resident here in Georgetown. As you will learn, he's the congressman that appointed Ulysses to West Point. And without spoiling any more of Lynn's presentation, let's give a hand to Lynn Gardner.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Good. It's okay. Well, I've got a kind of a crude picture of Hamer. He is a redhead. I don't know if that'll help you any, but that's what he looks like or will look like. Thomas Hamer has a town named for him here in the area, Hamersville. He's got a road named for him, Hamer Road. He was a state legislator in Ohio, Speaker of the House, General Assembly. He was a U.S. Congressman, elected 4 times. He was Brigadier General, Mexican War. And we can go through all of that resume, but having said all of that, he is known for making an appointment to the West Point Military Academy of Ulysses S. Grant that grew up in that home right there. It is his appointment of Grant that we really know Hamer for, despite all this other information. What I'm going to try to do is connect Hamer a little bit with Grant as we go through Hamer's life. Hamer was born in Pennsylvania. He moved with his family to New York and then to Ohio when he was about 17. At age 17, he split with his parents. They went to Oxford. He went to Withamsville to teach school, and then on to Bethel to also teach school and study law. He studied law with a fairly famous gentleman named Thomas Morris, who was a very outstanding attorney, which Hamer became. He was a politician, a U.S. Senator. Hamer became a U.S. Congressman. And Morris was also an abolitionist. Hamer did not become an abolitionist. So he had influence on Hamer, not completely. When Hamer was about 21, he moved to Georgetown, became an attorney here in Georgetown, married Lydia Higgins. They had 7 children. And just to give you a connection, Hamer was about 22 years older than Grant. So when Grant was a little boy riding his horse up and down the streets here, Hamer was in his 30s practicing law, just to kind of give you a connection with the two there. He was the editor of the newspaper here in Georgetown, the Benefactor, for about 2 years. And he was a Democrat, specifically an Andrew Jackson Democrat. So if Jackson was for a particular issue, you can pretty well bet that Hamer was as well. In his 30s, Hamer is elected to U.S. Congress. While he is a congressman, there are a lot of important issues that are debated. One of the issues, of course, is slavery. They also debate the National Bank. They debate the issue of Texas becoming a state. A lot of important issues are debated nationally while Hamer is U.S. Congressman. However, I think if we want to zoom in on the issues of the 1830s and 40s and 50s, it obviously is slavery. Hamer does not want to bother slavery. He basically wants to leave the South alone. This is very different than Ulysses Grant. It's very different than his father Jesse Grant. They were very much opposed to slavery. Hamer did not even think there was anything wrong with having the slave trade in Washington, D.C. So he tended to favor the Southerners when it came to slavery. The Grants, of course, did not. As an example, there was a famous abolitionist named John Mahane from Sardinia who had helped some slaves escape. When Hamer was back in Georgetown during his term as a congressman, he was also a lawyer here in Georgetown. When he was here in Georgetown, they were trying to take Mahane to Kentucky, to take him on trial for helping these slaves escape. Hamer could have stopped this. Mahane's friends tried to get it stopped. Hamer refused. Mahane went on trial, and probably had a shortened life because of being imprisoned in Kentucky for this. So Hamer was not friendly with the abolitionists, to say the least. So a lot of issues that he dealt with. He dealt with the National Bank as a congressman, as I said, the issue of Texas, the issue of slavery, the issue of tariffs. But again, what's probably his biggest deed that he does, his most important event as a congressman comes the next to the last day that he's in Congress. On March 3rd, 1839, he gets a letter across his desk asking him to make an appointment to the West Point Military Academy. And that appointment is supposed to be for Ulysses Grant. Just imagine if that letter came a day or two late. There's no U.S. Grant as General Grant. And imagine if Hamer would have said, I'm not going to make this appointment. Would he do that? Well, first of all, Hamer had fallen out with Grant's father, Jesse. They had fallen out over a political event, the National Bank. They disagreed with what he'd said about the National Bank. So they hadn't spoken basically in years. So here Hamer looks at this application. He could say, well, Grant's father didn't want to speak to me. I'm not going to make the appointment. But he does. And he appoints Ulysses Grant to West Point, and we could say the rest is history. Hamer the next day then returns to Georgetown as a retired U.S. Congressman. He gets to Georgetown before Grant finds out that he's appointed his son to West Point. So they pass each other for 2 or 3 more days, not speaking, and Mr. Grant's kind of thinking, why didn't he appoint him? And Hamer's thinking, we should be all right with it. I made the appointment. When the letter finally gets to Mr. Grant, everything is fine. They see each other in town. They greet each other, friendly, and all is well. One other point about the appointment. When Hamer gets the letter, he thinks young Ulysses' name is Ulysses Grant. And so he puts on the application Ulysses Grant. And he thinks, well, wait, I got to put his middle name down. He knows that Mrs. Grant's maiden name is Simpson. He guesses that Grant's middle name is Simpson. So he puts Ulysses S. Grant. And Grant, forever after, is known as U.S. Grant. Grant's real name was Hiram Ulysses Grant. Think of a young man going to West Point with the initials for Hiram Ulysses Grant. U.S. Grant turned out to be a lot better. So Hamer not only makes the appointment, but he basically changes Grant's name in the process. In his 40s, as he returns to Georgetown, he does run, while he's attorney here in Georgetown, for a 4th term of U.S. Congress. At that point, in 1846, the Mexican War takes place. Hamer is appointed by President Polk as Brigadier General in the Mexican War, and he goes to Mexico to do his duty. He performs pretty well, despite not having military experience. While he is near Monterey, which is where Hamer fought, he meets with a young 2nd lieutenant. That young 2nd lieutenant that he meets in Mexico, many thousands of miles away from Georgetown, is another Georgetown man, and that is 2nd Lieutenant Ulysses Grant, who is now graduated from West Point. And they talk military strategy. And they're down in Mexico, and Hamer is saying, what if my troops were over here? What would you do, Lieutenant Grant? And what if they're over here? What would you do? And Grant quizzes him, responds, and it's not what you think. The 46-year-old is the general. He is being topped by the 24-year-old 2nd lieutenant. It is young Grant that is trying to help Hamer understand military strategy. And I think Hamer realizes, even at that point, that Grant is just a natural, brilliant military mind. And he says if Grant gets a chance to show his military potential, he will someday be a great general. Now, the English will see Grant becoming the general that wins the Civil War for the North. I don't think he can see that. But he certainly was right on target when he made that statement, predicting Grant's brilliance in the Mexican War. It's not too long after that, on December 2nd, that Hamer comes down with yellow fever and dies December 2nd, 1846, in the Mexican War. So we've got a man who is elected to his fourth term of Congress, not getting to serve that fourth term because of unfortunate circumstances in the Mexican War. So that leads us to Hamer's burial. He is not buried just once, or twice, or 3 times. He was buried 4 times. Chapter trying to got it right, I guess. He's buried about a mile outside the camp of Monterrey, Mexico, with honors. About 6 weeks later, they exhume his body and take him to Georgetown. He is escorted by his son-in-law, an officer in the Army by the name of Johnston, and he comes to Georgetown with Grant, with Hamer. There's probably 10,000 to 15,000 people in Georgetown in 1847 for Hamer's official burial down in the old cemetery, which is now located near the fairgrounds. In those days, embalming was not real prominent, so they had to decide how to transport Hamer without today's embalming. It's kind of nasty, but I'll just have to say how they did it. They folded him over and stuck him in a barrel. They found some local liquid in Mexico to preserve him and shipped him from Monterrey to New Orleans. And that local liquid was tequila. When they got him to New Orleans, they took him out of the barrel, they put him in a metal coffin. They then looked for some more local liquid to preserve him, and they found poured whiskey and put that in the coffin and shipped him to New Orleans to Georgetown, and then buried him with the great ceremony down at the old cemetery. That's where Hamer remained until 1911, which is 60-some years later. And then some people said, we want to put up a great memorial for Hamer, and they got a Washington-style monument, an obelisk. It's, I don't know how tall it is, maybe 30 feet thereabouts. And they said, we're going to put that on the corner of the courthouse, on the northwest corner. You go up there today, it will be across from Applegate's Hardware. And we're going to put that there, and we're going to have another grand ceremony and bury Hamer for a 3rd time. And this was in 1911. And so they brought in the dignitaries. They even brought a young lady in that was a world-known singer. She went by the name of Marie Decca, and she sang at the ceremony. And that happened to be actually Marie Johnston, the daughter of, well, to make a long story short, Hamer's granddaughter, who sang at that ceremony. They then buried him there, and that was it. And finally, Hamer was dressed in peace at the courthouse where it was a big monument. And then about 6 years later, 1917 comes, and they were doing some work on the courthouse, and they decided that the courthouse ground would not hold up that big monument, and they better go ahead while they had the equipment up there working on the courthouse and move Hamer back to his place at the old cemetery. So they exhumed him 4 times, moved him back to the old cemetery, and that's where he is yet today. So that was Hamer's 4 burials. I guess other than his appointments with Grant, that may be his what he's most known for. Yes, sir.
Is the corn liquor still in the casket? Don't say it too loud.
You on your way? What they said is when they exhumed the body down there, to take him in 1911 to the courthouse, that they were using some tools, and I guess somebody had an axe and cut through the casket, and it was there. So I don't think it's still there, but it was there in 1911. All right. So that kind of takes us to a quote that General Grant made about Hamer. And here's what General Grant said. He said, "I've always believed that had his life been spared, he would have been elected President of the United States during the term filled by Franklin Pierce." If you look at Hamer and you look at Pierce, there's a lot of their resume that's very similar in many, many ways. In addition to the fact that when Hamer performed in the Mexican War, he performed well. Pierce's reputation was not so good. So Hamer probably had an even better resume than Pierce. I don't think it's crazy to say that what Grant said was very possible. If you can imagine having two presidents from little Georgetown, that would be amazing. Also, Daniel Webster, a famous senator in the 1830s and 40s up to 1850, he said this about Hamer when Hamer was a U.S. congressman. He said, "He is the most talented man in the Democratic Party." That was Daniel Webster that said that. So to say he could have held the highest office, I don't think it's that crazy. I want to conclude with a little silliness. Rumors are, you can believe this or not, that Hamer's ghost is still here in Georgetown. He lived up on North Main Street. So Hamer and Grant, maybe a mile apart. His house is no longer there, but there are parts of his house that have been used in another house that sits on the same site. And there have been more than one owners of the house claim that they hear Hamer's ghost go up and down their steps. And they say it sounds like boots. So he's in his military Mexican War outfit. He's walking up and down their steps. And they have all said that they hear clanging against the wall. Of course, as he's going up and down the steps, that's the sword clanging against the wall. And people say, well, why would a ghost still be hanging around after all these years? And the word is from ghost experts is that ghosts hang around because of unfinished business. So what unfinished business could it be? Well, the one thing I can think of, he's been a congressman, he's been a brigadier general. The only other unfinished business is what Grant talked about. He wants to be president. Hey, it's election year. President Obama. President Romney. Why not President Hamer? Thank you. Yes.
Could you comment then about Hamer's reputation in recruiting volunteers for the war throughout Ohio?
The only thing I know is that he was just real good at, getting people to follow him. He originally came in as a volunteer, and then Polk appointed him as a brigadier general. He just seemed to be able to get along with people. So, if you have anything to add, go ahead. Anything else? I might add a little comment on the West Point thing. The story goes that when young Grant was home from school, like high school basically, going down to Ripley for a while, he came down to visit the Baileys up here at the Bailey house. And I think they sent him to get a quart of milk. They were short on milk. And when he got there, Mrs. Bailey had just commented that her son, Bart, who was at West Point, was coming home. He had failed. And so when young Grant went back to the house, he said, well, Bart didn't make it. He flunked out. And Grant's father's thinking right then, maybe one Georgetown boy can replace another Georgetown boy, and I'll get you a free education. And he's thinking that. And so the next year, that puts things into motion to get Grant the West Point military appointment. So just strange little things happen in history that you wonder if it didn't happen, how things would be different. Anyhow. Thank you very much. Okay. Think we got it okay?
I think we're good.
Sound, well, now we're getting rolling.
A little bit. Okay, how's that?
Okay. Test.
We'll work it out as we go along. Just
Okay. Well, I think we'll go ahead and start. I'd like to welcome everyone here today and thank you for coming. I am Pat Hornschemeier. I'm the moderator, and we would ask ourselves what caused the Civil War. Why did people feel so strongly that they would fight to the death for their side? Today's debate stands for the proposition that during the 60 to 80 years before 1861, differing perspectives of the North and South caused the North and South to continuously move further apart. Representing the Northern perspective is Stan Purdy. Representing the Southern perspective is Ernie Parnell. Neither of them are actually portraying any particular historic individuals, but they are trying to present the composite of the thinking and attitudes of Northerners and Southerners at the time. Each will have an opening statement with Mr. Parnell going first of 2 minutes. Then I will present questions about the historical events leading up to the Civil War, and the two speakers will each have 2 minutes to either present their view or to respond. They will alternate with their answers. These will be timed, and we will try to limit their presentations to those time periods. So with that, we'll start with Ernie Parnell with his introduction of the Southern perspective.
Today, I debate from an antebellum Southerner's perspective those events that impacted the Southern states and forced us to make decisions that were both popular and unpopular. We, the people of the Southern states, had formed our own republics, had our own leaders, and fought our own battles on our own soil, fighting for self-preservation. We made an alliance for economy of resources and power in numbers, to be free, sovereign, and independent. This is what we fought against England for. Free to pursue life, liberty, and happiness without oppression. Sovereign to be able to stand among the nations of the world and make decisions that will affect our citizens and others. Separate and independent, different from each other, and definitely different than the northern colonies. These are the 3 words: free, sovereign, and independent. Declared to King George and ceded to us. Just think for a moment. What new nation in its right mind would give up its sovereignty and independence to a separate party after fighting so many bloody and costly wars? Who would again subject its citizens to the tyranny of a self-serving political body like the King of England or any other government? As to this federal compact known as the Constitution of the United States, it was created to provide for and resolve disputes within our common and mutual interests. This federal government was created to serve the specific objectives of the stated compact, operate within the specific enumerated powers given to it, and to act as an agent to serve its creators. Not to assume that all the rights and powers of a single sovereignty or nation are to be controlled by one special interest. What evidence is necessary to show the South's faith to and within this compact, and later to be able to establish the failure of the other states united and their citizens to live up to the commitments of this compact. Event after event, in less than 80 years, the differences between us and them became more and more apparent and is eroded into the brink of war. This is the subject of this debate, and I thank you, Sam Purdy, and the audience for giving me this opportunity.
Okay, Mr. Purdy.
Mr. Parnell, Mr. Hornschemeier, and ladies and gentlemen. The conflict that led to the American Civil War began actually in 1611 when a Dutch ship captain dropped off 62 Africans at Jamestown. These folks had been in the hold of a sailing ship for months and were miserable. That introduced slavery to America. Originally, slavery existed in all 13 colonies, but it proved to be impractical in the North because during the winter the slaves had nothing to do. Generally in the North, slavery was limited to domestic servants. On the other hand, it flourished in the South, particularly after the cotton gin was invented. Excuse me. Northerners began to believe that after a time that the slavery did not keep faith with the proclamation of the Declaration of Independence that all men are created equal. And if you'll notice, when Mr. Parnell quoted the Declaration of Independence, he didn't mention that part. Northerners thought that the stain on the Union, there was a stain on the Union when men and women could be sold as cattle. The framers, it's often said that the framers did not take a position when they developed the Constitution. We all know that George Washington and Thomas Jefferson owned slaves, but they did not, they opposed the practice. Abraham Lincoln in his Cooper Union speech proved that 21 of the 39 signers of the Constitution have voted to oppose slavery in some public document or some public manner. Yes, Americans often say the war started when Lincoln tried to supply Fort Sumter or when the South Carolina militia fired on the fort in Charleston Bay. But that didn't stop the war. The war started as a culmination of 40 years of events that drove a wedge between two sections of the country, North and South.
Thank you, Mr. Purdy. We'll start with the early 1800s with secession, its earliest movement. In 1801, there was an effort to secede by Massachusetts. The same sort of thing happened in 1814 at the Hartford Convention in New England and at various other times in the first half of the 1800s. How did the differing perspectives of the North and South about early secession efforts contribute to the move toward war? Mr. Purdy.
Well, as the moderator said, secession was not anything new. It was debated by the framers of the Constitution during the 1780s. Our first form of government was the Articles of Confederation. This was a loosely organized document that the colonies or states agreed to abide by. It was generally considered that the states under the Articles of Confederation could secede. James Madison and Alexander Hamilton both thought there needed to be a stronger central government to provide for more stability. Northerners believe, as it says in the preamble of the Constitution, that we formed a perpetual union. In fact, the preamble gives us a hint as to the purpose of the Constitution. We, the people, form a more perfect union. The Federalist Papers that are considered to be the source of interpretation of the Constitution provide the details of what would happen if there was constant disunion or secession. there'd be standing armies in each state. And each state would have a continuous wars. This is not what the founders of the Constitution envisioned. President Buchanan, in his last message to Congress, said, opposing secession, said that for secession to have constitutional legality, it must appear that the federal government is merely a voluntary collection of states, and that any state could withdraw willy-nilly. Well, Buchanan didn't say willy-nilly, but at their pleasure. That's what he said. So, the secession was not considered by the Northerners to be an option. In fact, secession to Northerners meant rebellion or revolution, and their advocates were traitors.
Thank you, Mr. Parnell.
The God-given right of self-preservation. Self-preservation being the state and the people thereof. This is the underlying fact behind the right of secession. The law of nature of a person to survive and that of a sovereignty to survive are one and the same. This law or right has its foundation in the philosophical beliefs that John Milton wrote and that was written in the Declaration of Independence, whereby the founders, authorized by their states, declared the events and injustices that threaten the existence and further declared the right to either alter or abolish. The current form of government, which at that time was a monarch, and we being subjects, is a rebellion. When a state goes into a compact and makes an agreement with the other states, that is not rebellion if they decide to back off. What that is, in fact, is secession. As far as the northern states, specifically the New England states, as early as 1798, the right was introduced, and the members of Congress and the general public said nothing. Secession had been recognized as a powerful tool of the states to check the federal government's actions. It was considered by northern statesmen in the past, as early as 1803, when Louisiana was going into the states, the Massachusetts, they didn't like it, they wanted to secede. Again, it was brought up in 1811, when a congressman from out of Massachusetts again, Quincy was his last name, on the House floor brought it up. Again in 1814, the Hartford Convention, which in my opinion was an alliance this close to being a treaty among all the New England states, again brought it up. If that's not bad enough, it was brought up again in 1844 to 45, there again by Massachusetts. And as far as Abraham Lincoln goes, he made a statement when Texas and Mexico. Okay, I gotta stop. All right.
Okay. Go ahead and finish your remarks. Go ahead.
Okay. The last mark I have is Southerners ask the final question. When and by what act did it become involuntary? When the claim of this nation is perpetual, which was in the Articles of Confederation, not in the Constitution, the Constitution says perfect union, is indissoluble begins, then voluntariness and freedom ends. And the state or the states are back precisely to the provincial condition they were underneath in England. I'll be quiet.
Thank you. The Missouri Compromise of 1820. By a sort of gentleman's agreement, the Senate had effectively remained 50-50, slave and free, because whenever a territory was admitted to the Union as a free state, the South was allowed to add a corresponding slave state and vice versa. In 1820, when Missouri applied for statehood and anti-slavery forces insisted it must be free, there was no other slaveholding territory to offset the addition. Ultimately, this resulted in the Missouri Compromise, which decreed that Missouri would come in as a slave state, but that any other state created north of Missouri's southern border would have to be free. How did differing perspectives about the Missouri Compromise accelerate the march toward war? Mr. Martell.
Ever since the alliance by the northern states in 1814, what had started as only a compact for mutual benefits and interests of the states was evolving into a one-sided affair, with the northern states being in control in the House and pushing their own sectional interests. The southern states were losing ground both financially and politically at their expense. Recognizing their relationship with the northern states had become politically unbalanced, determined to detrimental to their lifestyles, and they were not getting any reciprocal benefits from the constitutional agreement, they were forced to go on the defensive. There seemed only one choice left to the Southerners, and that was to protect the Senate. As long as the Southern states held firm, nothing insupportable to their own personal sexual interests could be passed, regardless of what happened in the House or in the White House. Block the northern aggressive, self-serving interests. Maintain the centennial balance. That was their doctrine. What caused this hardline approach by the southern states on the eve of the Missouri Compromise? The makeup of the Union had changed. In just 30 years, the Union had grown to 22 states, geographically occupied a mass from the Atlantic Ocean to the Mississippi. There was almost a treaty-like alliance made by the New England states to protect and promote their own sexual interests, which had almost led to their own secession. The Supreme Court, without being granted powers to do so, ruled against state sovereignty power on various court rulings and established itself as the supreme power of judicial review. Tariff money from protective tariffs was being used to benefit the northern interests rather than paying off all the debts.
When the Missouri Compromise was adopted, Northerners agreed with former President Thomas Jefferson, who said it was ill-advised. It was ill-advised because it created two sections of the country, North and the South. North of the 36th parallel and south of the 36th parallel. No one was satisfied with the Missouri Compromise. As is often the compromise, it doesn't please anybody. The purpose of it, of course, as Mr. Parnell has pointed out, was to continue a congressional balance in the Senate. For the next 40 years, the slavery question would be avoided by a various number of compromises, which we're going to talk about yet this afternoon. But each compromise deepened the division between the North and the South.
Next, we'll talk about tariffs. In 1828, during the presidency of John Quincy Adams, Congress passed a revenue tariff that caused the price of foreign goods to soar by 50%. How did northern and southern perspectives differ about this tariff? Mr. Purdy.
Well, after the War of 1812, England and probably some other European countries decided that to squash the American colony, or the American states at this point, they would ship goods to the United States well under their cost of manufacturing. Now this, of course, impacted the newly organized industry in the Northeast. So Congress, to protect the manufacturing in the Northeast, established a series of tariffs. This, of course, increased the cost of imported goods. Well, the Southerners were dependent on cheap goods for their agricultural pursuits. They had rejected the opportunity to create their own industry. Now, we don't want smoke belching factories. we want pristine agricultural land. So they had no way of producing their own products. In fact, the state of South Carolina refused to collect tariffs and refused to impose fees and even threatened to secede. President Jackson, backed by Congress, threatened the use of force and forced South Carolina to collect the tariffs. He also avoided secession. Europe at the same time reduced their imports of cotton, which in addition hurt the South. But the northern attitude was that the Southerners had hurt themselves and created their own problem by not creating its own industry.
I guess the best way to start this is we had our own industry. We were agrarian society. We were not industrialists. Now, with that, Mr. Purdy was quite correct. England was dumping stuff on us. For 25 years, since 1791, the very first tariff went in. 1 to 2 cents on the dollar. The very first protective tariff came in at 1816. It was raised to 10 and 12 cents on the dollar. Now, understand what a tariff is. When England was dumping their products on us, we had to raise the raw material cost, which caused their production to go up, the finished product, and then raise more money on top of it so that their final cost is higher. Now, who did that protect? Had nothing to do with us. It's called a protective tariff for a reason. It protected North New England states and their products. Okay. Now, in the beginning, we thought it was great for the nation because we just got finished with a war. However, in 1818, another one. Jacked it up another 5 cents. 1822, another 5 cents. By the time 1827 got around, it was 30 cents on the dollar. And if that wasn't bad enough, in 1833, it went up to close to 50 cents on the dollar. Wow. Who was paying the debt? Who was getting rich? Well, the federal government got all the money. What did they do with it? They were spending it on predominantly northern interests. The manufacturers up north was getting rich because they had a closed market. The products were going to them, they were selling their products, and it was not coming back toward us. When this got up to this point, enough was enough. So what did we do? We followed the example of the New England states back in 1814 when they were being hurt by the embargo of 1807. And that is, you know what, if this doesn't stop, we're going to secede. Well, you're right. Congress passed a bill. We're going to force you by bayonet to pay your debts and stay part of this union. How's that stop at that?
Next, we want to talk about early abolitionists. In the 1820s, Northern abolition parties first made themselves known. By the 1840s, abolitionism had become a full-fledged movement. What was the role of the abolitionist movement in the road toward war? Mr. Parnell.
Wow. I can trust to tell you this. It takes a lot longer than 2 minutes to talk this subject. Okay? And because of that, I'm going to kind of set it nice and simple. By the time this time came around, these New England states had lost control of the House because of the Democratic Party. And because of that fact, in my opinion, I feel that they had to find another Trump card in order to control. And to me, even though the abolitionist movement started with Garrison and then writing a paper, which he was somewhat of a fanatic and an interesting person, they trumped it and they said this is a good cause to keep people banded together in a common denominator. And unfortunately, when you look, who had all the slaves? The South did. So it made sense. In order for us to still control the South, this is a movement that we support. Now, I can go into other conversations, how they got rid of their slaves and all the other things, but trust me, 2 minutes isn't long enough. But after this meeting, if any of you want to come and talk, I'll be more than happy to talk to you about it.
Well, as the moderator said, Mr. Hornschemeier, in 1820, the abolitionists became active. They considered slavery to be a social evil. They advocated that we return the slaves back to Africa. By 1840, abolitionists had become more aggressive. At that point, they were saying that slavery was a moral wrong. The message was being preached from the pulpit, from lecture halls, and from the stump throughout all of the North. Abolitionists were helping runaway slaves, and they spread literature throughout the South opposing slavery. Churches split between North and South. The Methodist Church, for example, that I'm a member of, I believe determined that there'd be a Northern Methodist Church and a Southern Methodist Church. Abolitionists were really a minority of Northerners, and they eventually became sort of the conscience of the North. The Northerners were a bit ambivalent about slavery. I believe Northerners in general opposed slavery and wanted the slaves to be free, but at the same time they were afraid that free slaves would come north and take their manufacturing jobs. But abolitionists provided a strong movement toward freeing the slaves.
Thank you. Next we'll talk about the Mexican War and the Wilmot Proviso. During the Mexican War of 1846 to 1848, the United States acquired vast territories in the West. Early in the Mexican War, an obscure congressman from Pennsylvania placed an amendment onto the War Funding Bill of 1846 that would have banned slavery in any territory of the United States acquired from Mexico. This became known after its author as the Wilmot Proviso. It did not pass into law, but did differing perspectives on the Wilmot Proviso and the territories gained in the Mexican War push the regions toward war? Mr. Purdy.
There were two political parties in the country at the time the Mexican War was started. The Whigs and the Democrats. Now the Whigs, Abraham Lincoln, for example, was a Whig and was serving Congress at the time the war started. It was generally considered by the Whigs that President Polk started the war, encouraged the war in order to accomplish his manifest destiny policy. That policy advocated that the United States control all the land clear to the Pacific Ocean. Northerners believed that the Southerners favored the war in order to acquire more land for raising cotton and to spread the evil of slavery. They even wanted to annex Cuba as another state and parts of Mexico. The Whigs were not interested in acquiring more land. They were more interested in creating more and better manufacturing in the Northeast. Wilmot introduced this provision, which of course was favored by the North. At the same time, California came in as a free state, which I believe upset the balance in the Senate. The Wilmot Proviso, as Mr. Hornschemeier said, was not enacted, but it stirred the controversy nonetheless.
From the Constitution, it says, Congress shall have the power to dispose of and make all needful rules and regulations. When Wilmot Proviso came about, he asked for control. Control is not found in the Constitution. So, the reason it didn't pass in my studies, it says control. Control what? Let's control slavery in these new territories that were being opened up. Understand, the Southern perspective is very simple. 4 important things. First, land. Without land, we cannot grow. Labor. Without labor, we can't pick what we grew. Market. If we don't have a market, we can't sell our product. And last but not least, money. By the time this came about, we were suffering. We were suffering economically because of the tariffs. We now, for the first chance, have an area opened up to us because of Mexico. But we're accused of what? Market. Yeah, okay, we're having to sell to the north. Okay, that's money, no problem. The real question came about the Mexican War is, it was available, we took it, Texas went in first, the Texans. They started a rebellion. They went in with slaves. Mexico didn't like it. A man got locked up in jail about it. Thrown in jail for, I think it was 6 months, something like that. Finally they won the rebellion. That was, remember the Alamo? Okay. From that, Mexico didn't like it. What are they going to do about it? Come back and take it back over, right? Well, we sent troops in there. We won. Suddenly we have all this land. Texas became an independent nation. How about all the other land we picked up? Those became territories. They were shared property, not control. The term that was used during that period of time was called colonization. Go in and colonize, whether it's Cuba, whatever. Go in and colonize, and then give them an opportunity to apply for statehood. That's what we were doing. And we were hoping. It was south of the line from the Missouri Compromise. That meant it should be what? Slave area. Not somebody else coming in and going, no.
Next, we'll talk about debates in the Senate. In 1851, 2 new northern senators entered the chamber. One was Ben Wade of Ohio. Wade was just uncouth enough to shout, "You're a liar," at gentlemen from the Cotton Kingdom. The other was Senator Charles Sumner of Massachusetts. In 1856, Senator Sumner gave a lofty 3-hour disquisition against slavery by singling out his colleague Andrew Butler from the South for a severe personal ridicule. This so infuriated Butler's nephew, a congressman named Preston Brooks, that 2 days later he accosted Sumner at his desk in the Senate chamber and caned him with a gold-headed walking stick. How did differing perspectives on these debates and violence in the Senate affect the move toward war? Mr. Bertel.
You've always heard of the old glove. So what is an insult? And when does a person or a body feel insulted? And what do you do when you're insulted? And it's your choice as a gentleman and as another person. You first go and talk to the person. Does that work? Granted, he lost his temper. Granted, he did get beat up. Can't get break. But when you start talking about Senate debates, there's been a lot of Senate debates. There's been debates during the Constitution before we had a Senate. Articles of Confederation before we had that. We've had big debates between Haynes and Webster that led to nationalism and a few other things. So when a person stands up in the House and talks, is he running his mouth to debate? Or is he just spurting his opinions? When the young man went to approach the nephew, he asked him, beat him up. Interesting thing though, when he got home, he was presented with canes of silver and gold, believe it or not. The South, all right, you stood up for us finally against who? That. Of course, the North has a different story. Most of the books that we agreed during that period of time, it was a tragedy. And I agree. Guy got hurt. Couldn't get up by some time. But in the South, attitude-wise. Proud people, being downtrodden for so long, what do? One man stood up, maybe not the best action, but he did what he did. I'll be quiet.
Well, needless to say, the North was amazed that Congressman Brooks would bring violence to the House, to the Congress, for the Congress. The indignation was so profound that the Northern reaction was to form the Republican Party. The Republican Party was formed by a number of different political parties and became a force to be reckoned with. One of the main platforms of the Republican Party was that it was anti-slavery. In 1856, the Republicans ran the explorer John C. Fremont for president. He lost, but the Republican Party made a name for itself. Abraham Lincoln at the same time was joining the Republican Party and received the nomination from the state of Illinois to run for Senate against Stephen Douglas. Lincoln gave his House divided speech in accepting the nomination, that the country could not continue half free and half slave. The Lincoln-Douglas debates in the state of Illinois in 1858 gave Lincoln national notoriety. Lincoln had a more moderate view than most anti-slavery politicians, and his views became very popular with Northerners. Lincoln did not believe you could do anything with slavery in the existing states, but he was adamant that slavery should not extend to the territories. As I said, he became very popular with Northern anti-slavery participants.
Thank you. Bleeding Kansas. In 1854, Congress passed the Kansas-Nebraska Act, which overturned the Missouri Compromise and authorized settlers in the Kansas Territory to decide for themselves whether they wanted their state to be slave or free. This was known as popular sovereignty. North and South both sent settlers to Kansas, and soon violence broke out. Newspapers throughout the land began to carry headlines of Bleeding Kansas. How did differing perspectives about the happenings in Kansas influence the move toward war? Mr. Purdy.
Well, this is another one of the compromises I spoke about earlier that probably didn't satisfy anybody. Stephen Douglas came up with this political solution called popular sovereignty in the form of the Kansas-Nebraska Act. The idea was that a territory, the residents of a territory could vote whether they wanted to be free or slave. And you wonder why somebody didn't think that this would happen. But both sides of the issue brought in residents to Kansas in order to throw the vote. There were even night riders that rode throughout the countryside intimidating potential voters. John Brown, an abolitionist, formed a small army, including his sons, and they attacked potential voters and even burned Lawrence, Kansas. President Buchanan, generally a Southern sympathizer, accepted Kansas as a slave state on a rigged vote. Congress overruled President Buchanan, and Kansas was admitted as a free state. Many Northerners believe that the Civil War actually started in Kansas.
Earlier I was talking to a gentleman, and I'll use a name dropping. A Senator Cass from out of Michigan. He maintained the only states could decide whether to be free or slaves. Territories could neither make the decision for themselves nor have it made for them by Congress. So earlier I was talking to you about the clause within the Constitution. So I take my hat off to the gentleman from Michigan. Now, earlier I used the term colonization. bare land sitting out here, inhabitants there, who knows? We want the land, we go take it. How do we go take it? We send people, we colonize it. Once that colony starts forming, almost exactly the way America was forming in the beginning, at some point in time they become a state. And they apply by constitution to the government for statehood. The term popular sovereignty came about because why? Whoever went to colonize, they made the decisions. Simple enough. John C. Calhoun used the term squatter sovereignty. Squatter means people who don't own the land, they buy it, they went, they squatted down, and thereby they start the government. The nucleus, a republic form of government. They vote among themselves, they get a representative, the representative then does what? Goes up and applies. This is what happened in Kansas. This is what happened in all the territories across the board. Nothing new. Problem is when suddenly the debt starts getting stacked and people show up at the same time and they have opposing views and they start arguing among each other. Okay, who draws blood first? North or south? And then who retaliates? North or south? A lot of people say the war started then. I use the term a lot of time, enough is enough.
Next we have the Dred Scott decision. In 1857, the Supreme Court delivered its Dred Scott decision, which elated Southerners and enraged Northerners. It was the opinion of the court that a slave was neither a citizen nor, for that matter, even a person, and so far inferior that slaves have no rights which the white man is bound to respect. How did differing perspectives on the Dred Scott decision accelerate the move toward war? Mr. Bertel.
If you read the Constitution, the Constitution gives you insight as far as what is property. For the very first time, after so many years of the Supreme Court setting the parameters against state rights, what is state rights? State rights is the sovereignty of that state to make its own decisions. Well, in this particular case, it finally came up to the Supreme Court. The person, is he a person by law? Does he have all the rights that says we the creator, such as back into the Declaration of Independence? Is he a citizen or not a citizen? He's a human being by all means. Blood, flesh, just like everybody else. But finally, the Supreme Court ruled, no, he's property. Okay. Take 40 years of learning that's being brought out by the abolitionists over and over and over again. No wonder they're not happy. From a Southern perspective, property, yes. Okay. We were happy. Go ahead.
Well, again, the Northerners denounced this decision. Northerners believe that this threatened our principles of liberty, not only just for the North, but the entire country. Northerners were afraid the next decision would be the court would decide that the states would not be able to prohibit slavery, which meant that the West may be resolved into all slavery states. This decision split the Democrat Party between North and South. It drove more people into the anti-slavery camp and encouraged the Republican Party. The court itself lost respect because many Northerners believed that the Supreme Court was biased, particularly because Chief Justice Taney was from the South.
Thank you. In 1859, John Brown, of bleeding Kansas notoriety, staged a raid on the U.S. Arsenal at Harper's Ferry, Virginia, in hopes of inspiring a general slave uprising. The raid was thwarted by U.S. troops, and Brown was tried for treason and hanged. How did differing perspectives on John Brown's raid move the country closer to war? Mr. Purdy.
Well, I want to make it clear that the North did not advocate John Brown's philosophy. Brown was a leading abolitionist with very radical ideas. He went around the country preaching. He went around the country raising money and a small army. He even formed a mock government with its base in southern Canada near Detroit. In 1859, he formed this army to raid the federal arsenal at Harper's Ferry, Virginia. His purpose was to secure arms and ammunition to arm rebellious slaves. As the moderator said, he was eventually charged with treason, tried, found guilty, and hanged. As I said, the North did not support Brown's radical ideas. But the problem was, it turned out that he had raised money from many wealthy Northerners. And of course, the South resented this. Also, the Northern press made Brown into a hero and a martyr. As I said, the North did not support Brown, but surely this put a lot of fear in many Southerners as far as their own welfare and the safety of their homes and families.
John Brown from Kansas drew the first blood. When the attempt went to put his hands on him, he disappeared. Where did he go? As Mr. Purdy said, he went to Canada. What did he do while he was in Canada? He created a manifesto. And in that manifesto, he wrote down what his viewpoints were. He ran around among the abolitionists of the North. Gimme, 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 because I can't do nothing without money. He received the money, built his own little army, and for the second time crossed over the imaginary line called the Mason-Dixon line. To do what? To create insurrection and rebellion. Understand what that means, insurrection and rebellion. That meant that an individual rose up, created his own army, and went against the sovereign to do what? To incite rising, insurrection, rebellion among the slaves against who? The sovereign and the people. Understand, who's citizens of the people. Once caught, the word treason comes in, and he was hung, as he should have been. But understand, later on you may hear the opportunity to hear the word rebellion again. Understand, subject, sovereign, master, slave, okay? With that, I'll be quiet. He was hung.
Lincoln's campaign and election. In 1860, the Republicans nominated Abraham Lincoln as their candidate. How did differing perspectives on the nomination and later election of Abraham Lincoln move the regions toward war? Mr. Parnell.
I go back to the Hartford Convention again, 1814. For the very first time in the history, the northern states up here called the New England states, this is before Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, they came into being. For the first time, a group of people decided, we can have our own way if we control. From that control, it didn't take us long to learn ourselves. So later on, we did end up, believe it or not, with the House, with the Senate, and with the White House. But suddenly now, oh, this is imperialism. We're taking over Mexico. We're taking over this. We're taking over that. Well, by the time Lincoln was getting into office, the numbers game had already come into effect. The South was behind in terms of senatorial seats. Close to being behind their game in the House of Representatives seats. And now here comes a man who in most of his speeches, if you read them, they're half-truths. Not full truths. Half-truths. And when you take what he says and then compare it according to the Constitution, suddenly you see the lie side versus the truth side. When a person with common sense and intellect reads and hears what he says and looks around, oh, it scares us. And it scared them. And because of that, they wanted no part of it. They said, basically, if he entered into the office, enough is enough. There's been enough injustice from day one and went down the line and listed them. And if that man gets into office, no more. It's done. We have that sovereign right to secede. Self-preservation. And I'll stop it.
By the time of the 1860 election, the fanatics and fire eaters had seized the issue on both sides. The Democrat Party split and nominated 3 different candidates. The Republicans were expected to nominate William Seward, who was the most anti-slavery of the potential Republican candidates. Surprisingly, the Republicans nominated Abraham Lincoln on a moderate slavery platform. Lincoln's position was that he could not. And this was consistent with what Lincoln had said throughout his career, that he did not believe slavery could be disturbed in the existing states. But he was adamant that slavery should not be extended to the territories. Notwithstanding these assurances, the southern states believed that the Northerners, if led by Lincoln, would free the slaves by law, if possible, by force, if necessary. They didn't listen to Lincoln. The Northern press didn't help the situation. They pictured Southerners as torturers with the lash and heartless because they separated families in the slave sales. The political alignment resulted in Lincoln being elected and both houses and the White House falling into anti-slavery politicians. Northerners believed that, or Lincoln believed that his task was to preserve the Union. The Southerners threatened secession during the campaign. The Northerners didn't listen. And needless to say, by Lincoln's inauguration, 7 states had seceded, and the war was a reality.
In conclusion, I would like to, first of all, thank both of our speakers. This is the first time they've done this, and they've spent untold hours honing their remarks. And I, as moderator, am especially thankful to them for observing the time limits, which I realized were extremely difficult to do. We have, in fact, and I think we should all 3 congratulate ourselves that we've hit our proposed timing to almost the exact minute. But unfortunately, the other side of that coin is that we are out of time. I hope that, because another program will be coming here to this podium at 2:30. I hope that we have given you some perspective, as we said, on the evolution of attitudes and thinking of parts of the country toward the Civil War. And I think that hopefully you will, from this point, continue to learn more about the Civil War and the events that led up to it. The speakers will be available for further questions, but I think we will want to do that either outside or in the back of the room, because there is another program. Which, yes, you may shake hands.
started that. All right, let's go ahead and get started. My name's Griffith, and I portray Major William Rowley, who was General Grant's chief gopher / secretary. Even though I'm a major, since I'm a member of the headquarters staff of the commanding general of the Army, being a major doesn't mean a whole heck of a lot. That's a pretty junior rank. So my job is to basically do any odds and ends that General Grant needs taken care of. So he issues an order, and I make sure that order gets where it needs to get, or go out and solve whatever problems he has. Today, we'll be talking about Civil War insignia. Now, there are a lot of different kinds of insignia. So I've got several different categories here. We only have a half an hour, so I'm still just going to scratch the very surface subject. And we don't have any Confederates here at all, so we'll just have to use a chart I have here to give you a general idea of what some of the Confederate insignia would look like. First thing we're going to talk about is national insignia. And the gentleman here with the flag is a collar sergeant in the Union Army. You can see by the stripes on his arm, he has 3 stripes, that makes him a sergeant. The crossed flags indicate he's the collar bearer. So it's a very honorable, very important rank. It's also a very dangerous job. On the battlefield, he is smack dab in the middle of the regiment when it goes into battle. It's important because due to the weapons technology of that time, you have a lot of chaos and confusion and noise. You don't have the communications technology to contact people far away very easily. So you tell where your unit's at, and if you're the general or way back wherever, you can tell what's happening based on where your regimental flags are at. If you've ever seen the movie Gettysburg, at the height of Pickett's charge, you'll notice there are a whole bunch of Confederate battle flags and they're all together. That means they've taken a lot of casualties. You should have at least 500 men for a battle flag if you've got a regiment in any decent shape at all. So in the battle, the collar bearer would be a primary target for the enemy, because if they can kill him and get that flag down, that will confuse and demoralize that entire unit. It was not unheard of to have as many as 10 collar bearers killed in a single regiment in a single battle. Very, very dangerous job, not a job to do if you want a long career. But our collar sergeant here is a very brave man, so he's chosen to carry the collars of the 70th Ohio Volunteer Infantry. Now, Union regiments, could you show the flag a little bit more for us? Union regiments would carry 2 flags. They had a choice. They had a choice of 3 different flags they could carry. They were only allowed to carry 2. You carry the national colors, everybody's going to carry that one, obviously. The other 2 flags you could carry would either be a state flag or a regimental flag. Normally, most regiments in the Union Army would send the state flag back, or they would just not accept it in the first place. They'd carry the national flag, and then they would have a regimental flag identifying their particular regiment and where it was from. So the number and the state. Union battle flags were very often blue with the eagle on it. Confederate regiments only carried 1 flag. They did not have 2 flags. So the Confederate regiment would normally carry a flag that would be a combination state flag and battle flag. So it would be, usually it would be a flag that would identify the state they were from, and then they would have various battle honors on that flag. So they sort of combined their state flag and their battle flag together usually. The Confederate regiments did not carry national colors. That would be carried at the corps level. All right, we're going to talk about rank now, rank insignia. We have a poster here. I'm not sure everybody can see it in the back, but we'll do the best we can with it. We're going to start over here. We'll start with the Union rank structure. Union officers, like myself, have their rank insignia on shoulder epaulets. And it's very similar to the rank structure. It's still used in the U.S. Army to this day. It's only changed a little bit in basic form over the years. One of the changes, so during the Civil War era, the lowest ranking officer, a second lieutenant, has epaulets that are completely empty as far as what's in the field. Today, a second lieutenant has a different colored single bar, but during the Civil War era, you have an empty field representing a second lieutenant. So I would have epaulets on like this, but there would be nothing at all inside the field. That represents a second lieutenant. A first lieutenant, you have 1 bar, a captain 2 bars, a major like me, you have gold oak leaf clusters. A lieutenant colonel, it's going to be the same thing, but the oak leaf clusters are going to be silver. And once you get to the lieutenant colonel rank, you're starting to talk senior rank. You're talking field officers here. Colonel is going to be an eagle. And then we have the ranks of general. A 1-star general is a brigadier general. We have a 1-star general with us right now. Thank you, sir. So a brigadier general is the lowest ranking general. They would normally be in charge of a brigade, which should be 3 to 5 regiments. Above that, you have a 2-star general, which is a major general. They would be in charge of a division. You could have a senior major general in charge of the whole army. Above 2 stars, when we're talking about the Civil War, we only have 1 man holding the 3-star rank and the 4-star rank. Only General Grant held the rank of a 3-star general. He was promoted to 3 stars in 1864, and then later on, after the Civil War, he's finally promoted to a full-star general of the Army. So only General Grant was a 3-star lieutenant general. Only General Grant was a 4-star full general in the Civil War era. The background collar also tells you information about what the particular officer's job is. My background is black. Our brigadier general back here also has background on his epaulets that are black. Black background means you're a staff officer. If you look at the captain on the end here, his is red. And red means what, Captain? Artillery. He means artillery. He likes to blow things up. And I can tell you he's very good at that from practicing him do it. So red is artillery. Yellow is cavalry. Those are the 3 main branch collars you're going to see. There are a few other minor ones you wouldn't see nearly as much, but normally it's going to be red, blue, or yellow for background color. Now, if you're a surgeon, say I was a doctor, then my epaulet background collar would be green. Officers and enlisted non-coms above the rank of, well, first sergeant and up, normally would wear sashes. And sashes are a pain in the butt to wear. They were not actually worn in the field hardly ever. I can tell you from experience, they're a real pain to wear because they will not stay in place. You can't get your belt on. Something's always forcing the sash up or below the belt. And just because they're a nuisance, they usually weren't worn in the field. They would be worn a lot of times on formal occasions. But an officer sash, you wrap it around your waist twice, you tuck it in under where it's been wrapped, and you have 2 ends up to 18 inches long that would be hanging here on your left side. A line officer would be wearing a scarlet, rough silk sash. Whether they're cavalry or infantry, it would normally be scarlet colored. If you're a general, you would wear a yellow buff colored sash, that indicates you're a general. If you're a chaplain, you would wear a black sash, and you're going to wear a green sash if you're a surgeon. But sashes were uncommonly seen in the field. Now when we get to the non-commissioned officers, first sergeant or higher in rank, they would be wearing red wool sashes. The job of the sash in the field is to let people see who's an officer or a higher ranking non-commissioned officer That was the concept. Of course, the bad thing about that is the enemy can see who you were just as easily as your side. So, for comfort reasons and for reasons of not wanting to be seen by the enemy, they usually weren't worn in the field. Now, let's talk about enlisted rank first, and then we'll move on and talk about Confederacy. All right, enlisted rank for non-commissioned officers. Anybody below us, a corporal isn't going to have any rank at all. Stand up, one of your privates. He's not got any rank at all on his sleeves, even when you can see his arms, and he doesn't have any epaulets on his shoulders. Once you get to be a corporal, you'll have 2 stripes on your shoulder. Sergeant will have 3 stripes. We got a first sergeant right here. He has 3 stripes and a diamond. And then we've got ordnance sergeants, 3 stripes with a star. We've got master sergeant here, and we've got a quartermaster sergeant, which are also, we still have 3 stripes. We've just got variants of stripes going straight across for the quartermaster sergeant. And for the sergeant major, we've got 3 going over in order. The collar for the branch is the exact same for enlisted personnel as it is for officers. So my first sergeant here is an infantryman. He's wearing light blue. So if you're a infantry officer, your background on your epaulet's going to be light blue. If you're an infantry non-commissioned officer, the background on your shoulder stripes is also going to be light blue. You can also see he's got light blue trim on his jacket. Branch of service rank. If he was cavalry, that would be yellow. If he was artillery, it would be what? It would be red. If you're serving in the line, normally you're going to have light blue pants on, and if you have a stripe on your pants, they will also be the branch of service. Now notice I'm wearing dark blue pants with a gold stripe. Again, that's a staff officer thing. Okay. For the first sergeant would like me to mention that for each rank and seniority for sergeants and up, for sergeants, the stripe on the pants leg gets wider. You had to correct me on that, even I wasn't aware of that. All right, Confederate officers. The Confederacy decided to be extra complicated. For some unknown reason, they chose a completely different insignia system to use for their officers. And they used a combination of Austrian rank insignia on their collars, and they also used French insignia, a braid to put on the cuffs. They used them both together. And the system wasn't 100% consistent or clear even to the Confederacy itself. So their officers looked really impressive as far as all the gold or whatever color braid and insignia they had on them, but it was confusing. A Confederate second lieutenant would have collar tabs, one on each side of the collar here, and there would be 1 bar going across for second lieutenant. There would be 2 for first lieutenant, 3 for captain. For a major, here's where it gets really confusing. Over here, when we're talking about the Union, we have stars for generals, don't we? We've got stars showing up in a lot lower rank for Confederate officers. So a Confederate major is going to have a star on each side of his collar. He's actually going to look like a brigadier general if you're thinking in terms of Union officers. A lieutenant colonel is going to have 2 stars. And a colonel is going to have 3 stars here. And when you get to their generals, they're going to have 3 stars, and it's going to be surrounded by wreaths in gold. They didn't have any official way of indicating the specific rank of general. So a 1-star general, or a 2-star general, or a 3-star general, or a 4-star general would still have this same general rank insignia of 3 stars in a wreath on their collar. Confusing, isn't it? To make it even more confusing, some generals, like General Lee himself supposedly, lots of the time just wore the insignia of what was technically a colonel. So even the generals themselves in the Confederacy wore all kinds of confusing uniforms that didn't accurately reflect their own rank as a general. So that's the collar insignia. By the way, the background for the actual collar tabs is going to be the same as this for the Union. So we've got light blue here, so this would be an infantry officer. If he's cavalry, the background would be yellow. If he's artillery, it would be red. The bottom section here, these are the systems of braid that were used on the lower sleeves for an officer. So if he is a junior officer, he's going to have a single strip of braid in this pattern, but it's only going to be 1 thread wide. As we go up, we got a captain and major. He's going to have 2 threads making this pattern. We get to a colonel, we've got 3, and then we get to a general, excuse me, we've got 4 threads wide. It's the same pattern of braid here on the lower sleeve on both sides. It just gets thicker as the rank goes up. So this is the French version of their rank insignia. This is the Austrian version. Confusing, isn't it? And then frequently they would also have a section of the sleeve here that would also be in the collar of their branch. This actually comes from the British Army. So they just grabbed odds and ends they liked and kind of smushed them all together in a confusing way to come up with their own way of doing the rank structure. The way they did non-commissioned officers, mercifully, was the exact same way the Union did. They didn't change that, so they still had the same stripes, same color, blue, red, and yellow for their rank. Anything you did? Anybody think anything? I'm doing what I can. All right, let's talk a little bit about belt buckles. Belt buckles alone, we could talk for hours about them. There were, if not hundreds, dozens and dozens of different varieties of belt buckles worn by both sides during the Civil War. And that's because you have state militia units, you have national units, and you have units that are just kind of out there doing their own thing, especially on the Confederate side. So let's talk about what basic rules we can. All right, for U.S., for enlisted personnel, stand up, somebody who's got a belt buckle on. For enlisted personnel, we have an oval belt buckle with U.S. on it. That is standard issue for the Union Army. U.S. stands obviously for the United States. If you're an officer or a non-commissioned officer or a cavalryman, then you are wearing a square buckle with, you're wearing a square buckle with the U.S. Eagle on it. Now there were militia and state units that wore several different buckles. So an Ohio Volunteer Infantry unit, like the 70th Ohio Volunteer Infantry, if for whatever reason they didn't want to wear U.S. buckles, if they had been issued Ohio belt buckles, they might be wearing something that says OVI on it. It just depends. There are a lot of different possibilities. All right, for the Confederacy, their official enlisted buckle was an oval that would have had CSA in it for infantry, for enlisted rather, excuse me, and a rectangular version of that for officers. But they had a lot of different versions of buckles also. Many, many different Confederate, state, and militia belt buckles exist. By the way, if you're into collecting Civil War militaria, belt buckles, those are probably the most forged single Civil War era artifact I've ever come across. So it's a nightmare identifying one, whether it's authentic or whether it's a modern rip-off. Some of the copies are even old enough now, they have historical value themselves, some of them dating to the early 1900s. But many, many confusing different versions of belt buckles. But the US and the CSA one are the main ones. All right, buttons. Again, many, many different variations of buttons. US buttons normally are either going to come in small or medium size, and they're going to have the US eagle on them. Now notice I'm a junior officer here. I have one row of buttons. I have one row of buttons. If our brigadier general could stand up for a moment, those double rows of buttons he's wearing, those indicate he's a general. He's entitled to wear them. If we look at our private standing in the back, he only has one row of buttons, and he doesn't even have enough buttons to rank him an officer. Got even less buttons. There were many different varieties of state-issued buttons also. So, state-raised units, in many cases, had their own issued buttons and were wearing something that would have indicated what state they were from. Maybe a button would have their state seal on it, or numbers perhaps indicating their particular unit. The Confederate buttons, again, even more complicated. You have many, many different state varieties of buttons that were used by the Confederacy. What else? Anything? Anything to add? No. Okay.
At the start of the Civil War, a lot of times the Confederate forces hadn't had their uniforms changed yet. They would take a U.S. buckle and turn it over. Because they didn't want to be any part of the U.S., so they would turn it over and wear it that way.
So the Confederacy had problems with supply throughout the war, and they would recycle captured Union equipment as much as they could. That caused problems in some battles by units being misidentified. There were cases of Confederate units not being shot at by Union units because the Confederates were wearing uniforms that looked so much like Union uniforms. The Union troops thought they were Union troops. And there were even cases of Confederate units being fired on by their own men because they were wearing so much blue. So it could be very confusing. It was possible, sometimes units did wear brass letters to indicate what company they were from within the regiment. Sometimes they wore brass numbers to indicate their regiment. But that was not extremely common. The main rule when you're talking about the Civil War is there really is no rule when it comes to many things. You're talking about a huge army formed very quickly with whatever resources could be acquired, especially when you're talking about the South. So we have many, many exceptions to the rule. All right, we're going to talk about hats now. Now we're going to talk about division and corps insignia, and then I think I'll be finished unless somebody has something to add that I've neglected. All right, hats. All right, there were quite a few different types of hats worn. You got kepis, like the private's wearing here. You got the more fancy floppy 4-inch hat here, which is based on a French pattern that was supposedly fashionable at the time. This really annoying looking floppy thing doesn't have any purpose to it other than to make the hat heavier and feel really weird because it's always flopping around. It was considered fashionable at the time. Again, a French fashion. If you're familiar with the Zouaves, the units that almost looked like gypsies, they were dressed up to emulate supposedly elite French soldiers that were in North Africa. At this time, when the Civil War broke out, the French army was widely considered to be the best army in the world and the most flamboyant army in the world. So you've got all these French influences, which sound really strange, but that's the way it was at the time. Many units that were issued kepis simply threw them away once they got out of sight of whoever gave them to them, and then they picked up whatever comfortable hat they could, like the private sitting in the very back there, wearing a non-issue hat. Thank you. General Armistead. Or the slouch hat. This is a Burnside or slouch hat. Some units only wore these on formal occasions, like when they were at parade, and would remove them and put them in stocks until they were needed for another formal occasion. Other units wore them all the time. I think the most famous unit that wore this type of hat all the time was the legendary Iron Brigade. They wore them. So many different types of hats were worn. As far as the insignia on the hats go, you are going to have, for a staff officer, if you're going to have insignia on it, you're going to have US here. You can either have it in a small insignia like this one, you can have a bigger one, depending on the size of the hat. And you still got the black background like you have on the epaulets. Or if you're a general, with a good brigadier setting hair, you don't necessarily have to put anything on your hat. He's got the gold braid showing he's staff officer though. If you're Confederate, generally, if they're going to be a staff officer, you're going to have basically the same thing on here, but it's going to say CSA. Medical officer would have an MS on the hat. It would be a crucifix for a chaplain. The symbol for engineers is a little castle. If you're artillery, it's going to be crossed cannons, like he's got in his hat. I can't see from here, do you have a regimental number or artillery? Okay.
Cross cannon, and then you had a red dot on him.
Okay, so he's wearing the universal cannon or artillery symbol, which is used to this day. For cavalry, it would be crossed sabers. And for infantry, it's going to be a horn. You can see on the top of the private here, at the top of his cap, he's got a horn there. That's the symbol for infantry. Now notice, he's got a brass one. Enlisted personnel would frequently wear a brass hat insignia piece. And if you have a hat cord, like the first sergeant has here, it's going to be in your service branch's collar. He's infantry, so it's going to be blue. If he was artillery, it could be red. If he's cavalry, it's going to be yellow. And let's talk a little bit about divisional and corps insignia, and then, unless somebody has a comment, I think we're finished. Now, this is very small here, there's enough room to squeeze it in, but here are some examples of Union Corps insignia. Union divisions and corps, it was decided, needed some way to have their personnel identified by senior officers. So by about May of 1863, the system had been worked out for roughly 25 Union Corps. So the whole Union Army was supposed to use this, and each division in each corps was going to have some sort of unique symbol that would allow them to be identified. This would be sewn on their hat, or usually on the front of their hat, or the side of the hat somewhere. A few of them would sew it to the front of their shirt or their jacket. But normally, you're going to have three divisions in a corps. So a corps is a very big unit. 3 divisions. Each division is going to have its own symbol. So for instance, the first corps here, the symbols are all going to be circles. So the first division would be a red circle, second division would be a white circle, third division would be a blue circle. If you're in the third corps, same colors, but we're talking diamonds. Fifth corps, they're Maltese crosses. Sixth corps, strangely enough, they're crosses. 11th corps are crescents. 12th corps are stars. There were other corps symbols used because, as I said, we had about 25 total corps that had their own unique symbols set up so they could be identified. And that helped you determine where your men were at. It helped determine where a casualty was from. If you have somebody dead and you can't be identified, at least you can figure out who he belonged to. And it helped you with deserters. You could figure out where people were coming from. So the Union Army was officially using this well before the Battle of Gettysburg. The Confederate Army never came up with a comparable system. They never really used any system in the Confederacy to identify specific corps, at least not officially. And I think that pretty much covers it. A lot of information to cover in a short period of time, and we just scratched the surface today. But that'll give you a general idea of the different types of insignia used during the Civil War. Any questions?
Have any of you gentlemen ever worn these uniforms in the summer heat? So what's it like?
It's hot. Not real comfortable. You get used to it. I do a bunch of different kinds of reenacting. I'm a history and archaeology teacher. And one of the kinds of reenacting and living history I also do is I wear a set of full plate armor when I'm portraying a knight from about AD 1500. And I usually take my classes to the Renaissance Festival every year and walk around in it for 6 or 7 hours, leaving and walking and getting back to school and all that good stuff. And occasionally it's like in the low 80s when we go. The 65 pounds of solid plate armor that takes a half an hour to get into and 15 minutes to get out of, it's actually more comfortable than this wool. Because the plate armor is designed to be strapped to you, and it fits loose enough you're actually getting some air in. Civil War era uniforms are designed to be tight-fitting and fashionable based on the fashion of the time period. So the armor is actually more comfortable and lets you breathe more than the wool does. Yes, ma'am.
I got a question. We missed part of your presentation. The gentleman who had the blue stripes with the flags crossed on his sleeve, what was he?
He was a collar sergeant. His job is to be in charge of the national or the regimental colors. So he carries the flag around in the battle. He's the one that makes sure it gets stored and properly cared for and protected, and he's the one who gets shot first when the battle starts. Any other questions? Right, I guess we're finished then. Thank you.
My files left March. My files right March. Oh.
Provost Guard, your report.
We have arrested this man for dereliction of duty for sleeping on.
Please identify the man, sir.
Private Jesse Nobles, 70th Ohio Volunteer Regiment.
And you submitted the paperwork I have in front of the board at this time?
Yes, sir, I did.
Continue.
Sir, this man has been derelict of duty, conduct unbecoming a soldier, has disgraced himself in many respects, disgraced his uniform, has been, relieved himself of duty to relieve himself.
Soldier, were you told to stand at ease? Stand at attention while you're in front of this board. Sorry, Provost Guard, continue.
That's pretty much all of it, sir. He's just not followed orders. He has had disregard.
Is this the first time this has come to your attention?
No, sir. There has been many incidences of this, and in each instance he has been disciplined, but it has just simply not sunk in.
And who was the officer of the day at the time this dereliction of duty occurred?
That would have been me, sir.
And you were made aware of it while he was on duty?
Yes, sir. I witnessed it.
And your actions were?
Because I was guarding the President of the United States and also in a Methodist church at the time, there wasn't much that I could do. I was more worried about the President's safety than I was his disregards.
We'll make note of the priority of your orders during this time period. Do you have any witnesses to present any material at this time?
Yes, I do. He's guard to the right of me.
Address the court with your name, sir.
Sir, my name is Private Ethan Bingman. I have witnessed the derelictions of Private Noble. I was guarding the President, and he had fallen asleep several times, and I had reached back to waken him so he could continue his duties. but it was to no avail as he fell asleep again and again. I also witnessed him stand up and walk out, and the President had acknowledged that he was leaving, yet Private Noble did not say anything to the President as in requesting permission to leave himself, sir.
And you reported this to the officer of the day?
Yes, sir.
And actions were as you've outlined?
Yes, sir.
Private Noble, we'll give you a moment to present your side of the accusations if you would like to speak to the court. Speak up, soldier.
Nothing to say, sir.
It's always sir, the statement, and then sir again.
Sir, nothing to say, sir.
In a bold tone so that the man can hear you.
Sir, nothing to say, sir.
With less of a smile on your face. That's just disrespectful.
All right, Provost Guard, I think we would like to take a few minutes to convene on the actions appropriate to the accusations here. You may remove the prisoner for final disposition. Please keep him under tight security until we have made a determination.
Yes, sir. Right. Left face. Word. Mark. 5 files left. March. 5 files right. March.
Sir, as the acting adjutant general, I would like your opinion as to legal grounds that we have available to us for these accusations. What do you recommend?
Well, I think we would be within our authority to order execution for falling asleep on guard duty. However, under these circumstances, I don't think that that harsh of a penalty would be.
Well, sir, during time of war, I think guarding the president has very high priority, and obviously they chose very poorly. So there may be charges against the Provost Guard and officer today as well, but first things first. We are on solid legal ground if we order firing squad?
Yes, I think we would be.
As long as you're comfortable with that and willing to sign off on the orders, I certainly think that precedent has been made and that this is the appropriate action.
Well, I cannot say I'm really in favor of it, but given all the circumstances and the seriousness of the conduct and that it's been repeated,
legal opinions.
I think I would concur in your judgment.
Very good. Provost Guard! Where's the sergeant when you need one?
Order. March. 5 files right. March. 5 files right. March. Company. Hold. Front. Order. Arms.
Gentlemen, I find myself being very disappointed in the way this squad has operated on this very sacred duty of protecting the President of the United States. I will deal with you later. As to you, Private Noble, this board has concurred that you have violated statutes of trust given to you as a soldier of this army, and therefore have been sentenced to death by execution in the form of a firing squad. Do you have any final words before we pass the final sentence?
No, sir.
Provost Guard,
Yes, sir.
carry out the orders of the court.
Yes, sir.
Dismissed.
Thank you, sir. Shoulder, arms. Left face. Forward, march. High files left, march.
Soldier.
High files right, march.
These are the orders of the court. You take these to the command headquarters and post those and bring back a decision.
All right.
Dereliction of duty of this sort cannot be and will not be tolerated. I appreciate your legal guide on this particular case.
Load. What do you mean you got no bullets? What do you mean you got no bullets?
Provost Guard.
Yes, sir.
Need to see you immediately.
Yes, sir.
Post a guard on that prisoner.
Squadron with no bullets. About face.
Greg was supposed to come out here.
Forward, march. Go get him and bring him back. Company, halt. Front. Order, arms.
Provost Guard.
Sir.
Report.
Well, we were preparing to execute him when we discovered we had no ammunitions except for what was in my cartridge box. At which point you then said you needed to see me, and we returned the prisoner here.
I understand the prisoner escaped. Is that correct?
Well, I was discussing things with you, sir.
Details, sir. Yes.
I turned my back for a second, and I thought my two men would be kind enough to make sure he didn't get away.
Well, you'll notice, sir, that I added 2 additional privates to your guard.
Yes, sir.
Make sure you have good use of them.
Yes, sir.
Now, as the Adjutant General, this paperwork just came in from the President. I'd like your opinion before anything further is discussed.
Well, since this is a pardon of this from the President, I think our hands are now tied insofar as that we will not be able to impose the death by firing squad.
You're telling me I can't execute this soldier?
That is right, Your Honor, General. We cannot execute this man for this offense.
Provost Guard?
Yes, sir.
You've heard the order of the court. Remove this soldier to the brig. 6 months hard labor is what I'm recommending at this time until further decision can be made. I believe we're building a corduroy road into the next county for the next battle. Please make sure that he is posted in a proper place for that for the next 6 months.
Yes, sir.
You're dismissed.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Company,
This is the memorial service. Shh, get back.
Left, right, left. To the left oblique. Forward. Yep, there we go. Forward, march. Round step. 5 files, left, march. Company, halt! Company, right face!
My name is Whit Clinton Loudon, Colonel of the 70th Ohio Volunteer Infantry. We have formed this company today to pay tribute to the soldiers from Adams and Brown counties who were members of the 70th Ohio Volunteer Infantry that gave their lives to save the Union. Sergeant, call the roll.
Private Charles S. Ball.
Killed in battle, April 7, 1862, Shiloh, Tennessee.
Major William Brown.
Killed in action near Atlanta, Georgia, August 3rd, 1864.
Private William Gitz.
Died of disease at Snyder's Bluff, Vicksburg, Mississippi, July 14, 1863.
Private James Kilgore.
Died of wounds received in the Battle of Dallas, Georgia, May 29, 1864.
Private Jeremiah Kennedy.
Died of wounds received in Battle of New Hope Church, Georgia.
Sergeant Daniel Lyons.
Died of wounds received in Battle of Ezra Church, Georgia, December 19, 1864.
Sergeant David Roggenbach, color bearer. Sergeant David Roggenbach, color bearer.
Is it Roger?
Private James Joyce Tudor, bugler.
Died from wounds from concussion from a cannonball in action around Atlanta, Georgia, August 8, 1864.
Lieutenant Andrew Urbans, adjutant.
Killed at Battle of Bald Hill, Atlanta, Georgia, July 22nd, 1864.
Private Abraham Watson.
Died of disease, October 17, 1864, Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Please bow your head and do your half prayer.
Uncover.
Lord, remember the men in the 70th. Of the 875, 265 died in battle, died in disease, and other causes. Just as he died for our sins, these men fought and died to preserve the Union and free others. May we remember these men who gave the ultimate sacrifice to free others and save the Union. May we always remember those who still in the future will defend freedom. May we always give praise to you. Amen.
Recover. Squad, about face. Prepare to load. Take cartridge.
Okay.
There, cartridge. More cartridge. Shoulder, arms. Charge cartridge. No, weapon. Ready? Ready? Aim high elevation.